Chapter 1534. God binding chains. The burning flame tower was filled with many negative emotions. Countless howls that sounded like the howls of wolves in the middle of the night were exceptionally horrifying. The holy maiden's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. She stepped forward and walked up the spiral staircase. The phoenix brocade robe that the saintess was wearing was engulfed by the purple flames. The phoenix pattern on the robe emitted a blazing light, as if it had spread its wings and soared into the sky. A huge phantom of a phoenix floated behind the saintess. The terrifying purple flames on the stairs all retreated, not daring to approach the saintess. Thud, thud, thud. The crisp sound of footsteps reverberated throughout the empty interior of the burning flame tower like a ghost in an empty valley. The instant the footsteps sounded, the countless howls in the burning flame tower seemed to have been drowned out. All of the prisoners turned silent as they quietly listened to the rhythmic footstep. The saintess' expression remained the same. Step by step, she walked up the stairs. Her autumn eyes were as still as ice, as if she would never be affected by anything. When the saintess reached the 70th floor, she stopped. The space on this floor wasn't very big, and it was surrounded by extremely dense flames. These flames were black with a tinge of red, as if they were the flames of hell. At the top of this floor there was a huge iron cage. The iron cage was made of meteorite rocks from outer space. This kind of rock was extremely tough, and it was indestructible. Even for a saint, it would be extremely difficult for him to destroy an iron cage made of meteorite stones from outer space. Many figures were locked up in these iron cages. The auras of these figures were not weak at all. Rumble! The saintess stomped her foot and all the flames on the 17th floor surged. The phoenix phantom behind her soared up and engulfed all the flames on the 17th floor. In an instant, the flames on the 17th floor disappeared and gathered on the phoenix's shadow, causing the phoenix to become more and more substantial. Thud! The saintess lightly stepped onto the phoenix's back. The phoenix raised its head to the sky and let out a cry. It spread its wings and flew to the top of the 17th level. This scene shocked the figures in the cages, especially when they saw that the Holy Maiden had actually dispersed the hellfire on the 70th level. All of them revealed astonishment in their eyes. The hellfire on the 70th level was extremely powerful and terrifying. It suppressed them and made them suffer the torment of being burned by the hellfire at every moment. Such a powerful flame had actually dissipated under the feet of this peerless beauty who was capable of causing the downfall of a nation. Phoenix? This woman possesses the bloodline of the phoenix and has the ability to control all flames in the world. I heard that only the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect, Mu Chinshue, possesses such a bloodline. Inside the cages, many people opened their eyes and looked at the saintess. Some of them even exclaimed when they recognized the saintess. The saintess did not pay any attention to the shocked figures in the cages. She squatted on the back of the phoenix and carefully scanned the cages around her. It was as if she was looking for something. Lord Saintess, did you come here to release us? I've been trapped here for hundreds and thousands of years. It's time to let me go. I didn't do anything wrong. I just had a conflict with the disciples of the Burning Heaven sect. I know my mistake. Lord Saintess, I didn't do anything wrong. It's just that the disciple of the Burning Heaven sect had taken a fancy to my sister and wanted to snatch her away. In my anger, I killed him by mistake. This is something I didn't expect. I didn't do anything wrong either. It's clearly the law enforcement team of the Burning Heaven sect who forcefully demolished our home and broke up my family. I just resisted a little and was imprisoned here. Why? Voices came from the cages. They were all eager to get out, but they didn't think that they were wrong. It was the Burning Heaven sect who was in the wrong first. Mu Chinshue was as cold as ice. She seemed to not hear the voices around her. Her eyes were still scanning the cages around her. Finally, her gaze fell on a cage hanging in the corner. Elder Chiu? When she saw the lonely figure in the cage, Mu Chinshue's calm expression finally melted like a glacier. Whoosh! The phoenix flew over and landed in front of the cage where Elder Chiu was. At this moment, Elder Chiu's body was dirty. His hair was disheveled and his face was stained with blood. His body was bound with black chains that seemed to be restricting his movement. Elder Chiu, how are you? Looking at Elder Chiu's appearance, Mu Chenxue revealed a shocked and angry expression for the first time. She clenched her fists tightly. Play with me? Will you play with me? I want someone to play with me. Elder Chiu revealed a silly smile. His body wriggled like a worm as he crawled toward Mu Chenxue. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. However, the moment Xiao Lao approached the edge of the cage, he suddenly cried out in shock. The chains on his body actually contracted and tightened, cutting his flesh into pieces. Cherry-red blood continuously flowed out from Xiao Lao's wounds. It was a ghastly sight. Elder Qiu, are you all right? Mu Chenxue's beautiful eyes changed slightly. Looking at the miserable figure rolling on the ground, the coldness in her eyes became more intense. Open! Without hesitation, Mu Chenxue attacked. She waved her sword finger, and the phoenix under her feet let out a cry. Its huge phoenix claws brought with it the fire of hell, as if it was going to destroy the world. Boom! A dull sound was heard. Immediately, cracks appeared on the surface of the cage made of meteorite before it finally collapsed. Seeing this scene, the prisoners in the other cages were inexplicably horrified. They knew very well how tough the cages made of meteorite were. However, now, in Mu Chenxue's hands, they were shattered like paper. This was too unbelievable. Whoosh! The phoenix flashed over and caught Elder Qiu, who fell from the iron cage. At this moment, Elder Qiu screamed again and again. The chains on his body tightened as if they were going to crush Elder Qiu into pieces. Countless amounts of red blood spurted out, making Elder Qiu look like a man made of blood. He looked exceptionally ferocious. God-binding chains? Who is so vicious to use such a thing on Elder Qiu? Mu Chenxue's jade-like hands landed on the chains. She felt her soul tremble and quickly thought of the God-binding chains. The God-binding chains were a taboo torture tool used to imprison prisoners. The reason why it was called a taboo torture tool was because the chains had the terrifying ability to bind the soul. Once a prisoner was bound by the God-binding chains, their soul would be firmly imprisoned in the chains. As the chains pressed on the physical body, their soul would also be damaged. Using such a torture tool on a prisoner was definitely an inhumane punishment. Generally, the Burning Heaven sect would only use it on those who had committed the most heinous crimes. However, this torture tool was used on Elder Qiu. How could Mu Chenxue not be enraged? Her eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Elder Qiu, don't worry. I will help you break the God-binding chains. Mu Chenxue said softly. Her jade-like hands pinched together and her eyes burned with golden flames. The golden flames burned fiercely and finally shone on her sword fingers, turning into a small golden sword. Slash! With a wave of her sword fingers, the small golden sword emitted a radiance that even made the sun dim. It was as if everything in the world would be overshadowed by this sword. Clang! However, under this sword, the God-binding chains did not move. Apart from a few sparks, there was no other movement. What? The God-binding chains are actually so tough? Mu Chenxue's face changed. Seeing Elder Qiu cry out in pain, she also felt a trace of panic. I want to see the sect leader. He will definitely be able to break the God-binding chains on Elder Qiu. Seeing Elder Qiu in pain, Mu Chenxue felt a little uncomfortable. In the end, she decided to see Zhou Tianzong. Squeak! The phoenix let out a cry. Under Mu Chenxue's command, it flew up and left the burning flame pagoda. Saintess, who is behind you? Could it be that you took a prisoner from the burning flame pagoda? A sharp-eyed guard immediately saw Elder Qiu behind Mu Chenxue and immediately shouted to stop them. I will tell the sect leader about this matter. You better not block my way. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Mu Qinshue's eyes were filled with frost. She placed her jade-like hands on the back of the phoenix. The phoenix flapped its wings and endless flames fell from the sky onto the ground. The guards who were blocking the road in front were immediately flustered and retreated continuously. The phoenix took advantage of this gap and flew up with the wind. Even if the guard wanted to chase, he couldn't catch up to the phoenix's speed. Squeak! The cry of the phoenix soared into the sky and attracted the attention of countless warriors in the burning sky city. It's a phoenix. The one sitting on top of the phoenix should be the saintess of the burning heaven sect. It's said that the saintess is the first person with the phoenix bloodline to appear in the burning heaven sect in thousands of years. She is the pride of our burning sky city. Countless warriors in the burning sky city looked up at the huge phoenix that flashed past. They all revealed yearning expressions. There were even many warriors who had infatuation in their eyes as they fantasized about the chance to get intimate with the saintess of the burning heaven sect. However, a fantasy was still a fantasy. The phoenix's speed was extremely fast. In a flash, it disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Not far away from the burning flame tower, there was a great hall. This great hall was called the Burning Heaven Hall. The Burning Heaven Hall was the place where the sect leader of the Burning Heaven sect lived. This terrifying great hall that was like a wild beast was empty. Only the black flames burning at the top of the great hall indicated that this great hall was extraordinary. The Burning Heaven Hall was a taboo existence in the eyes of many warriors in the Burning Heaven City. All the warriors would choose to take a detour when they passed by the surroundings of the Burning Heaven Hall. This was because the person who lived here was the sect leader of the Burning Heaven sect. This was a powerful existence that countless warriors in the Burning Heaven sect respected and even feared. Squeak! The phoenix landed on the ground. Mu Qinshu slowly walked down from the phoenix and stood in front of the Burning Heaven Hall. So. Chapter 1535. 18 Black Flame Envoys. 18 Black Flame Envoys. Mu Qinshue's eyes were as cold as ice. The 18 figures in front of her were all wearing black robes with strange black flames burning on them. The 18 of them were all wearing black masks. Blazing black flames covered their true faces. The 18 Black Flame Envoys were very famous in the Burning Sky City. They were the left and right arms of the Burning Heaven sect's sect master, Zhou Tianzong. All 18 of them were peak profound sages, fragmented sages. When the 18 Black Flame Envoys worked together, they had once killed a Een Sky Sacred Realm expert. The 18 of them had a tacit understanding of each other, and their combined attacks were flawless. Ordinary heavenly saints would have a headache if they encountered the 18 Black Flame Envoys. Lady Saintess, may I know why you have come to the Burning Sky Palace tonight? The 18 Black Flame Envoys spoke at the same time. It was as if 18 voices were echoing in the square in front of the Burning Sky Palace. I'm looking for the sect master. Ask him to release the god-binding chains on Elder Chiu. Mu Qinshue's beautiful eyes were filled with frost, and her golden eyes were burning with golden flames. The phoenix flew over and landed beside her. It bent down and placed Elder Chiu, who was struggling in pain, on the ground. Lady Saintess, this Chiu-Rin is a prisoner of the Burning Flame Tower. Isn't releasing him against the rules of the sect? If the sect master knows about this, how will you explain it? A figure walked out of the 18 Black Flame Envoys. The black flames on this figure were extremely fierce, and there was even a huge beast made of black flames floating behind him. It seemed to be able to devour the heavens and the earth. The first Black Flame Envoy. The moment this figure walked out, the other 17 Black Flame Envoys lowered their heads and placed their right hands in front of their chests to show respect. I don't care about any explanation. I want to see the sect master right now. Mu Qinshu was not afraid. The golden flames in her eyes burned even more fiercely. The phoenix beside her let out a long cry and spread its wings, soaring into the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The phoenix's wings flapped like the wind. Dense golden flames covered the sky, as if it was going to burn the sky to ashes. The golden flames spread across the sky and dyed the night sky golden. At this moment, the burning sky city was no longer dark. It was completely lit up by the golden flames. What's going on? That is the golden phoenix flame, the might of the phoenix bloodline of the burning heaven sex holy maiden. At this moment, countless warriors in the burning sky city raised their heads and stared at the golden flames that filled the sky, as well as the enormous phoenix that was reborn from the flames. Shock was revealed in their eyes. When everyone's gazes landed in the direction of the golden phoenix flame, they all revealed strange expressions because the golden phoenix flame was in the burning sky hall, and the burning sky hall was the palace of the sect master of the burning sky sect, Zhou Tianzong. Lady Saintess, what do you mean? You want to use force in the burning heaven great hall? Do you know the consequences of using force in the burning heaven hall? The first black flame envoy's face turned dark as he spoke. Mu Chenxue had the phoenix bloodline in her body, so they were very clear on how terrifying the phoenix bloodline was. If Mu Chenxue really went all out, although they could block her, they would have to pay quite a large price. I've said it before. I want to see the sect master. If you still want to stop me, I won't hesitate to fight. Mu Chenxue's face was as cold as ice. Although her golden eyes were covered in golden flames, they were incomparably cold. The first black flame envoy's face froze. He stood there, not knowing what to do. Chen Shui, you're causing trouble. Why aren't you stopping? While the two sides were in a deadlock, an indifferent voice rang out. The black flames on the surface of the burning sky palace suddenly became wild. These black flames surged into the deep and serene burning heaven hall and landed on the ground, turning into a black blanket. At the end of the black blanket, a slender figure slowly walked over. With every step the figure took, the black flames would soar into the sky. The flames would bow under his feet, as if they were a subject seeing their king. When the figure finally arrived at the entrance of the main hall, his sharp eagle-like gaze landed on Mu Chenxue. His gaze contained a powerful aura that radiated without anger. Mu Chenxue's face was as cold as ice. She stubbornly said, "Elder Qiu has been taking care of me since I was young. He is the closest person to me in the burning heaven sect. If you don't release the god-binding chains on him today, don't expect me to cooperate with you and that bathing thing." Zhou Tianzong's eyes slowly narrowed. The black flames soared into the sky and turned into a giant brush. When the brush appeared, the phoenix soaring in the sky let out a cry and revealed a fearful expression. The brush was Zhou Tianzong's ascended saint artifact, the dark flame brush. However, the dark flame brush was not a high-ranked ascended saint artifact. It should be around the level of a heavenly young saint artifact. However, even if it was a heavenly young saint artifact, in Zhou Tianzong's hands, it could burn the sky and boil the sea. Chen Shui, don't cause trouble. Elder Qiu is a sinner. It's natural for him to be tortured by the god-binding chains. Zhou Tianzong calmly said. There was an unquestionable tone in his voice. If you think that Elder Qiu is a sinner, then you can also think of me as a sinner. I'm willing to be imprisoned in the burning flame tower. I don't want to see that bathing thing at all. Mu Chenxue coldly said. Zhou Tianzong frowned. Naturally, he could not imprison Mu Chenxue in the burning flame tower. After all, the main character of the marriage between the Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace was Mu Chenxue. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Tianzong said in a deep voice, "If I release the god-binding chains on Elder Qiu, you must listen to me. This marriage is extremely important. You should know that." Mu Chenxue's beautiful eyes flickered. In the end, she sighed and said, "If you let Elder Qiu go, I'll listen to you." Mu Chenxue felt helpless. She was very clear that in a huge sect like the Burning Heaven sect, if the sect master gave the order, even if she was the saintess and had a high position, she still could not go against the sect master's order. This marriage is very important. You have to listen to me. I'll release the god-binding chains on Elder Qiu. However, if you go against me, Elder Chiu will die without a doubt. Zhou Tianzong calmly said. Mu Qinshue's beautiful face changed slightly. In the end, she still compromised. She knew that she had no other choice but to do so. Seeing that Mu Qinshu had agreed, Zhou Tianzong took a step forward and landed beside Elder Chiu. His right hand made a grabbing motion and the dark blaze brush that was floating in the air landed in his palm. Then, he used his left hand to tap on Elder Chiu's acupuncture point. Elder Chiu, who was originally struggling in pain, immediately calmed down and stopped struggling. Zhou Tianzong held the dark blaze brush in his hand and drew some mysterious characters in front of Elder Chiu. The characters were floating in the air. The strokes were like dragons and snakes. There was an indescribable charm to them. When Zhou Tianzong drew the last stroke, the characters seemed to be alive and nailed onto the god-binding chains that bound Elder Chiu. Crack! When the characters finally sank into the god-binding chains, the chains automatically shattered into countless pieces. The pain on Elder Chiu's face finally eased. Mu Qinshu quickly squatted down. With a wave of her hand, golden flames surged out and enveloped Elder Chiu. The strange thing was that Elder Chiu's terrible injuries were miraculously recovering under the cover of the golden flames. When Elder Chiu's injuries were all healed, he fell to the ground and fainted. Due to the god-binding chains, Elder Chiu had been suffering from both physical and spiritual pain. Now that he was suddenly released, it was natural for him to faint. Go back. The god-binding chains are just a torture tool to make the prisoner suffer. It's not fatal. Elder Chiu, go back and have a good rest. Then, you will slowly recover. Zhou Tianzong held the dark blaze brush and quietly looked at Mu Qinshu and Elder Chiu. Behind him, the 18 black flame envoys bowed and their black flames soared into the sky. Mu Qinshu did not reply. She waved her hand and the phoenix in the sky let out a long cry. The golden flames that filled the sky immediately retracted and returned to Mu Qinshue's side. The phoenix followed Mu Qinshue's instructions and gently lifted the unconscious Elder Chiu onto its back. Remember what you promised before. For this marriage, you must listen to my orders. Zhou Tianzong said faintly. Mu Qinshu responded and leaped onto the phoenix's back. Shortly after, the phoenix let out a sharp cry and soared into the sky, leaving the burning sky hall. Sect Master, is it really okay for you to release Elder Chiu? After all, Elder Chiu is the clearest about the Saintess. If Elder Chiu regains his consciousness, he might tell the Saintess some things that he shouldn't. Then, a figure landed beside Zhou Tianzong. A pair of eyes that were suffused with black flames stared at the phoenix in the sky. Zhou Ming, since I've released Elder Chiu, it means that Elder Chiu is unable to recover. Zhou Tianzong revealed a cold smile as he continued. Back then, when Ruhua forcefully searched Elder Chiu's soul, it caused Elder Chiu's consciousness to become rather unstable. Many of his memories became chaotic, and he fell into a state of insanity. Therefore, I imprisoned him in the burning flame tower at that time. However, after bringing back Mu Qinshu and sealing most of her memories regarding the eastern lands, I made another trip to the burning flame tower. As a result, Elder Chiu has completely become an idiot. It's basically impossible for him to recover. With that, Zhou Tianzong turned around and entered the burning sky hall. The black blanket formed by black flames also followed his footsteps and gradually disappeared from the burning sky hall. Zhou Ming's heart shivered. He clearly understood the meaning behind Zhou Tianzong's words. Back then, Elder Chiu had probably not become an idiot. He was only delirious. However, in order to prevent Mu Qinshu from being affected by Elder Chiu, Zhou Tianzong made another trip to the burning flame tower and turned Elder Chiu into a complete idiot. The phoenix streaked across the sky and stopped in a luxurious pavilion. Mu Qinshu brought Elder Chiu into the pavilion and instructed the maidservants in the pavilion to bring Elder Chiu to have a good rest. After Elder Chiu was brought away, Mu Qinshu leaned against the railing at the edge of the pavilion. She slowly narrowed her eyes and revealed a sliver of coldness. Elder Chiu's sea of consciousness has completely dried up. Mu Chenxue looked at the night sky and softly murmured. She tightened her grip on the railing. Chapter 1536. Spirit protecting elixir. In the hazy night sky, the 4 bronze war chariot streaked across like lightning. At this moment, the 4 bronze war chariot was not being driven by Zhuowen, but by Long Xiaotian. Ever since leaving the Jia family, Zhuowen had been sitting cross-legged in the back seat, as if he was silently comprehending something. Long Xiaotian and Lo's did not disturb Zhuowen, but Lo's eyes flickered as he recalled the seal that the first mountain god had set up in the Serene Corpse Extremis. That seal was set up using the 9-turn golden split rune, and Zhuowen himself had cultivated the 9-turn golden split rune. The seal set up by the 9-turn golden split rune might have inspired Zhuowen quite a bit. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden light gushed out from Zhuowen's body and condensed into a complicated golden rune. This is the 2nd-turn golden rune of the 9-turn golden split rune? Looking at the golden rune, Lo's pupils shrank, and he could not help but exclaim. Although he had not successfully cultivated the 9-turn golden split rune, he was quite familiar with it. At this moment, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, looked at Long Xiaotian, and said, "Father, how long will it take to reach the Burning Sky City in the central region of the southern wilderness?" "I'm afraid it will take more than half a month." Long Xiaotian stared at the burning flame pagoda in the distance and said indifferently, "Half a month, huh?" Zhuowen murmured and then said to Lo's, "Senior Lo's, I am preparing to cultivate the 2nd-turn golden rune. I hope you can protect me." "The 2nd-turn golden rune? So soon?" Lo's was a little surprised. Zhuowen had just successfully cultivated the 1st-turn golden rune not long ago, and now he was trying to cultivate the 2nd-turn golden rune. Wasn't this a little too fast? The 9-turn golden split rune was originally a secret technique that targeted the soul. If one was not careful, one's soul might be destroyed. Generally, after cultivating the 1st-turn golden rune, a martial artist would rest for a long time before attempting the 2nd-turn golden rune. Of course, Zhuowen should be able to comprehend a lot of things from the 1st-turn golden rune in split time, which was why he was trying the 2nd-turn golden rune in such a short time. After all, this was the opportunity, and Zhuowen was the 1st-turn golden rune. Lo's studio. Lo's studio was studio is time is studio is studio is studio is studio is. At this moment, Zhuowen's soul floated quietly in the air above the golden sea of consciousness. Xiao He stared at Zhuowen with a grave expression and said, "Zhuowen, are you sure you can withstand the 2nd golden pattern?" "I'm sure. The first mountain god must have purposely used the 9 revolution golden runes to seal the crack in the nether corpse extremity. I've learned a lot from it. If I don't try it this time, I'm afraid it will take a long time for me to do it again," Zhuowen said in a deep voice. "If that's the case, then be careful. There are a total of 6 strokes in the 2nd golden pattern. The pain of each stroke is probably greater than the pain of the 1st golden pattern. You have to be mentally prepared," Xiao He said calmly. Zhuowen nodded seriously. Soon after, golden light surrounded his body as he prepared for battle. Xiao He did not waste any time. With a wave of her little claws, she began to slowly draw the 2nd golden pattern on Zhuowen's back. The 1st golden pattern was drawn on his chest, while the 2nd one was drawn on his back. Although Xiao He's drawing speed was very slow, Zhuowen was still in so much pain that he almost fainted. When she reached the last stroke, Xiao He said solemnly, "Brat, hang in there. It's the last stroke." After saying that, Xiao He suddenly carved the last stroke on Zhuowen's back. In the end, Zhuowen could not hold it in any longer. He howled in pain as cold sweat dripped from his forehead like raindrop. His entire body trembled as he leaned weakly against the back seat. "Zhuowen, are you all right?" Lowe's quickly stepped forward and asked with concern. Even Long Xiaotian, who was sitting in the front, looked at him with concern. Zhuowen waved his hand and took out a porcelain bottle from his spirit ring. He swallowed the elixir inside, and his complexion became slightly better. The second golden pattern has been successfully drawn. I can clearly feel that my holy body is constantly strengthening, but why haven't I broken through to the great success holy body? After calming down, Zhuowen discovered that the second golden pattern on his back was constantly pouring powerful energy into his body, causing his holy body to constantly strengthen. However, compared to breaking through to the great success holy body, it was still a little bit lacking. If you want to break through to the great success holy body, I'm afraid you will need the third golden pattern, Lowe's said softly. Is there still a little bit left? Zhuowen frowned. In the end, he gritted his teeth and his mind entered his sea of consciousness again. He said to Xiao He, continue drawing the third golden pattern on my soul. I want to break through to the great success holy body in one fell swoop. You are crazy. The second golden pattern has already seriously injured your soul. It will take a long time for you to recover. If you immediately draw the third golden pattern, your soul will directly collapse, Xiao He exclaimed. Zhuowen took a deep breath and said, Don't worry. I have the Spirit Protection Celestial Elixir with me. I obtained it on the 4th floor of the elixir room. Even if you have the Spirit Protection Celestial Elixir, this is still an extremely risky move. Xiao He naturally knew about the Spirit Protection Celestial Elixir that Zhuowen had. The Spirit Protection Celestial Elixir was a peerless elixir. Its main effect was to form a thin film shield around a warrior's soul. It could protect a severely injured soul from collapsing and dissipating. Generally speaking, the Spirit Protection Celestial Elixir could indeed protect Zhuowen's soul that had been injured by the second golden pattern. However, the third golden pattern's power was much more terrifying than the second golden pattern. Zhuowen's soul had just been injured and he had not recovered yet. If he immediately used the third golden pattern, Xiao He was worried that even the Spirit Protection Celestial Elixir might not be able to protect Zhuowen's soul. Don't worry too much. With the Spirit Protection Celestial Elixir, I should be able to survive the third golden pattern. Having said that, Zhuowen suddenly became silent for a moment. Then, he continued, Moreover, we are about to reach the southern wilderness. Before that, I want to break through to the great success holy body. Xiao He looked deeply at Zhuowen. Finally, he sighed and said, You are still so stubborn. Since you want to go crazy, then I will go crazy with you. With that, Xiao He stretched out his little paw. The third golden pattern was absorbed into his palm. Zhuowen did not dare to be negligent. With a flick of his finger, he took out the Spirit Protection Celestial Elixir from his spirit ring. A surge of medicinal power turned into a powerful halo. This halo went deep into Zhuowen's soul and finally surrounded Zhuowen's soul. Let's start, Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Be careful, kid. Xiao He took a deep breath and began to draw the pattern of the third golden pattern on Zhuowen's right arm, stroke by stroke, imitating the trajectory of the third golden pattern. The third golden pattern had a total of 7 strokes. Each stroke was several times more painful than the second golden pattern. The pain was indescribable. Under such pain, even the strong-willed Zhuowen could not help but scream. Lowe's and Long Xiaotian were so scared that they looked at him with worry. When Xiao He drew the 5th stroke, Zhuowen's mind began to blur. His ears were full of noise. With the 6th stroke, cracks began to appear on the surface of the halo around Zhuowen. With the 7th stroke, the soul protection formed by the Spirit Protection Celestial Elixir finally collapsed into countless pieces. Zhuowen directly spat out a mouthful of blood. The most direct reaction was that countless cracks began to appear on the surface of Zhuowen's body. Blood mist spewed out, making Zhuowen a bloody man. Oh no, Zhuowen's soul is about to collapse. The moment the halo collapsed, the surface of Zhuowen's soul in the depths of his mind began to crack like a porcelain bottle. At that moment, Zhuowen's soul was at the point where it could vanish at any moment. It was extremely dangerous. Old fox, what should we do now? Zhuowen has already lost consciousness. His soul has begun to collapse. Xiao He began to panic. He could not help but ask Qing Huang for help. Quickly put this kid's soul into the Fushi cauldron. However, the Fushi cauldron can only slow down the rate at which his soul is collapsing. Whether or not he can survive this will depend on himself, Qing Huang said with a sigh. Xiao He was a little disappointed. He said, "If I had known this would happen, I would not have listened to this kid's crooked idea. Otherwise, this would not have happened." Qing Huang sighed softly and said, "Now we can only depend on this kid. If he can make it through, then he can directly break through and attain the great success holy body. If he can't make it through, then I'm afraid his soul will scatter." Xiao He nodded helplessly. Qing Huang was right. Now everything depended on Zhuowen. In the outside world, the 4-bronze chariot that had been galloping in the sky suddenly stopped in midair. Long Xiaotian rushed to the back seat and stared at Zhuowen. "What's going on? What's wrong with Zhuowen?" Long Xiaotian asked in shock and anger. At that moment, Zhuowen's face was as pale as snow. His eyes had turned white, and the aura on his body was faintly discernible. It was as if he would disappear from the world at any moment. This kind of state usually only appeared on people who were about to die. Now that it had appeared on Zhuowen, did it not mean that Zhuowen was in a state of near death? Loza's expression was ugly. He said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid that Zhuowen has failed to draw the 3rd transformation golden pattern on his soul." Long Xiaotian's pupils shrank. He asked, "What are the consequences of failure?" According to common sense, if he fails, his soul will be severely damaged at most. It may take a long time to recover. However, Zhuowen immediately drew the 3rd transformation golden pattern after drawing the 2nd transformation golden pattern. This is too crazy. After drawing the 2nd transformation golden pattern, his soul was already injured. If he immediately tried to draw the 3rd transformation golden pattern, I'm afraid that his soul will collapse. At this point, Loz fell silent. Long Xiaotian was stunned. The latter is so serious? What should we do now? What should we do? Long Xiaotian almost lost control. Zhuowen was his son and the main force of this expedition against the Burning Heaven sect. If Zhuowen died on the way, he did not know what to do. Chapter 1537. Great Completion. Saint Physiclos and Long Xiaotian waited for 3 days and 3 nights. During these 3 days and 3 nights, Zhuowen was in a half-dead state. Moreover, as his soul continued to collapse, Zhuowen's aura became increasingly weak. It was as if he would die at any moment. This made Loz and Long Xiaotian, who were guarding Zhuowen, so nervous that their hearts were in their throats. However, this state only lasted for 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, when rays of sunlight shone down from the sky, Zhuowen's aura, which was originally weak, suddenly erupted with an extremely terrifying aura. It was like bamboo shoots after a rain, full of vitality. Zhuowen's aura is strengthening. Loz and Long Xiaotian's eyes burst with light. They couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and relax. Rumble. Thick dark clouds began to fill the sky. These dark clouds were like ancient beasts, covering the sky and the sun. In the depths of the dark clouds, countless golden thunderbolts filled the air. However, other than the golden thunderbolts, 2 other colors of thunderbolts appeared at the same time. They were the red thunderbolts and the blue thunderbolt. The 3 colors of thunderbolts intertwined with each other, creating a colorful scene. A terrifying power that shook the heavens and the earth came crashing down from the sky. It was as if it wanted to crush the entire world into fine powder. It's a 3-colored thunderbolt. It seems like Zhuowen is about to successfully break through to the great completion. Saint Physique. Loz's face was full of joy, and his eyes were filled with joy. The three-colored thunderbolt was a thunderbolt tribulation unique to the Great Completion Saint Physique. When Lowe's advanced to the Great Completion Saint Physique, the thunderbolt tribulation he went through was the three-colored thunderbolt tribulation. Long Xiaotian let out a sigh of relief. He was most afraid that Zhuowen wouldn't be able to make it and his soul would really scatter. Now that Zhuowen was about to go through the tribulation, it meant that Zhuowen had finally made it through. Whoosh! Zhuowen suddenly stood up from the back seat of the four-bronze chariot. 3 golden runes floated around him. He looked up at the sky and stared at the tricolored lightning flashing in the tribulation clouds. He was not afraid at all. The energy of the 3 golden runes pushed my second-rate holy body to the great success holy body in one fell swoop. This is really unexpected. Zhuowen cracked his knuckles. At this moment, Zhuowen felt as if his entire body was filled with power, as if he couldn't use it all. Rumble! Zhuowen's right foot suddenly stomped in the air, and a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions from his right foot as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Wherever the airwaves passed, countless floating clouds dispersed, countless dense forests collapsed, mountains and hills shattered, and rivers dried up. The power of this kick was so terrifying that even Zhuowen himself was shocked. Is this the physical strength of a great success saintly being? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice as he stomped out like a cannonball, and he shot towards the tribulation clouds in the sky. Rumble! 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 The blood-colored, blue, and golden tricolored tribulation lightning bombarded down from the clouds and landed on Zhuowen's body. It was as if the entire sky was about to fall. This is the power of a great success saintly being. I feel that I can fight against a Yin Tian saint with one punch. In the tribulation clouds, Zhuowen shouted out loud amidst the terrifying tricolored lightning. His voice almost covered the sound of the thunder as it resounded through the clouds. Long Xiaotian and Lowe's were stunned by this scene, especially Lowe's, who looked as if he had seen a ghost. When he had just advanced to the great success saintly being, he hadn't dared to act so recklessly. He had dared to rush into the tribulation clouds alone and resist thousands of lightning bolts. This was really unbelievable. Generally speaking, the power of a great success saintly being wouldn't be too strong. Back then, Lowe's had suffered a lot under this tricolored tribulation lightning, and he had almost cried for his parents. However, Zhuowen was the exact opposite. The endless tricolored lightning seemed to be tickling Zhuowen. It should be because of the third turn golden pattern. Lowe's quickly noticed the 3 golden patterns floating around Zhuowen's body. He also understood why Zhuowen's physical body was much stronger than an ordinary great success saintly being, even though he had just advanced to the great success saintly being. The 9-turn golden pattern was originally a secret technique that complemented the 10,000 Tao indestructible divine body. Back then, Lowe's hadn't practiced the 9-turn golden pattern, so he had been embarrassed by the tricolored tribulation lightning when he had just advanced to the great success saintly being. However, Zhuowen was different. He had practiced the first 3 turns of the 9-turn golden pattern. Even though he had just advanced to the great success saintly being, his power was probably much stronger than an ordinary great success saintly being. It was understandable that the tricolored tribulation lightning couldn't do anything to Zhuowen. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the tricolored tribulation lightning became even more violent and turbulent. Zhuowen was bathed in this terrifying tribulation lightning. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. He bombarded the tribulation clouds with his fists, directly annihilating all of the tribulation clouds that were sweeping over. At this moment, Zhuowen was like a god in the sky, stepping on the tricolored lightning and descending to the human world. Break! In the tribulation clouds, there was a heavenly roar. The thick tribulation clouds collapsed in an instant, revealing the blue sky above the tribulation cloud. In the blue sky, a black shadow fell like a meteorite and finally hit the ground heavily. The ground collapsed in an instant, forming a terrifying gully. Lowe's and Long Xiaotian quickly jumped into the four-bronze chariot and controlled it to retreat thousands of miles away. Only then did they look at the scene in front of them with some shock. In the depths of the earth, a huge gully appeared. At the bottom of the gully, a tall and straight figure slowly stood up. The three golden patterns were like a protective shield, constantly revolving around the figure. Whoosh! Long Xiaotian quickly controlled the four-bronze chariot and landed in the depths of the gully, stopping in front of Zhuowen. "Zhuowen, are you okay?" Long Xiaotian asked with concern. Zhuowen raised his head, smiled, and said, "I'm fine. A saint body that has cultivated the 9-cycle golden crack pattern is indeed extraordinary. It is so easy to go through the tricolored lightning tribulation." Lowe's sighed with emotion. "Senior Lowe's, do the two of us want to give it a try?" Zhuowen shouted and looked at Lowe's, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Lowe's had cultivated the saint body to the great success level for some time. Generally, the longer the saint body was cultivated, the more powerful it would be. Lowe's had cultivated the saint body to the great success level for almost 100 years. During this time, he had been tempering his saint body, so Lowe's strength should be equivalent to the peak of the sun-sky sacred realm. The strength of the two mountain gods of the 16th and 17th mountains, Mais and Lu Si, was above Lowe's. The two of them had cultivated the saint body to the great success level longer than Lowe's. The saint body was like a treasure sword. Only after a long period of polishing could it reveal its powerful edge. "Ha! You can't wait to challenge me after cultivating the saint body. I like your character. You are straightforward enough. Come on, then. Don't blame me for not warning you when I beat you up," Lowe's said with a smirk. "That's not necessarily true." Zhuowen smiled faintly. He bounced his legs and stomped on the ground. The gully collapsed and shattered into ruins. Zhuowen was like an arrow that had left the bow, rushing toward Lowe's. Lowe's was not afraid. He jumped up, and a terrifying air wave exploded in the sky. Boom! 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 In an instant, the two of them fiercely collided. Their fists collided, and countless airwaves swirled in the air. The space collapsed as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Long Xiaotian hurriedly drove the four-bronze chariot away from the battlefield of Zhuowen and Lowe's. He was shocked as he watched the battle between the two of them. There was no doubt that Zhuowen and Lowe's did not use any power of law at all. They were fighting head-on with their physical strength. Moreover, the power generated by the battle between the two of them made even Long Xiaotian tremble. Although he was in the Sky Saint realm, if he interfered in the battle between the two of them, he would be suppressed even if he summoned the dragon soul. Unless he took out the 10,000 sacrifice sword, which was a heaven-defying sacred weapon. Long Xiaotian smiled bitterly and said, "Although I have also cultivated the myriad Tao indestructible divine body, compared to the two of them, it is like heaven and earth." When Zhuowen had first obtained the myriad Tao indestructible divine body, he had opened it to the Ryuka disciples to cultivate. The main reason for this was that there was no threshold to cultivate the myriad Tao indestructible divine body. It required diligence, hard work, and tenacity. Boom! 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 The battle between the two of them in the sky became fiercer and fiercer. The aftershocks that spread out caused a huge crack in the sky. It was as if the sky was being torn apart at this moment. Boom! The two of them punched each other again. Immediately, the two of them retreated a few thousand meters at the same time and faced each other from a distance. Lowe's stared at Zhuowen in surprise and said, "Is the 9-turn golden crack rune really so magical? You have just broken through to the great success sacred body, but you are already on par with me?" At this moment, Lowe's was really shocked. One had to know that Zhuowen was only fighting with his physical strength. The sacred body was only one of Zhuowen's means. If Zhuowen used the 7 types of laws and the saint qi in his body to combine with the sacred body, his strength would probably reach an unprecedented level. At that time, even if Lowe's took out the 18th mountain, he might not be able to defeat Zhuowen. Boy, your progress is too fast, isn't it? Lowe's muttered to himself, dumbfounded. Zhuowen was a little embarrassed as he scratched his head. Advancing to the great success saintly body had given him a big surprise. He had just advanced, but his saintly body's power was already on par with Liao Ci's. This was beyond his expectations. Let's go. The commotion you created just now was a bit big. I'm afraid it attracted the attention of the surrounding forces. Let's hurry to the burning sky city. Long Xiaotian drove the 4 bronze chariot and landed next to Zhuowen and Lowe's. Let's go. Zhuowen and Lowe's did not have any objections. After the two of them entered the 4 bronze chariot, Long Xiaotian drove the chariot in the direction of the burning flame tower. Not long after the 3 of them left, the forces within a radius of 10,000 miles sent cultivators to investigate. When the cultivators who were sent out saw the dilapidated scene, they were all stunned and at a loss for what to do. This? Who caused this? Isn't it too terrifying? I'm afraid only a saint can cause such a terrifying power. Moreover, it must be an extremely powerful saint. Chapter 1538. Xiaobingyu, Burning Sky City is right in front of us. On a hillside, the 4 bronze chariots stood quietly. Long Xiaotian pointed at the huge city that was burning with flames that soared into the sky thousands of meters away. We're finally here. Looking at the enormous city, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of bright light. He knew that he was only a city away from the beautiful figure that he yearned for day and night. Chen Shui and Mother are both in this city. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice, his eyes blurred. That's right. Xiao is in the burning flame tower. I've said it before, I will definitely save Xiao with my own hands. Long Xiaotian slowly clenched his fists, his entire body trembling because of excitement and anticipation. Yes, this day will come soon. Father, you don't have any concealment techniques. Why don't you enter the Azure Dragon Palace first? Zhuowen said to Long Xiaotian. Hearing this, Long Xiaotian did not refuse. Zhou Tianzong had seen him before, and if he were to openly enter Burning Sky City like this, Zhou Tianzong would probably recognize him. However, Zhuowen was different. He had the 100 transformation divine arts, so he could change his aura and appearance at will. He could completely change his appearance after entering Burning Sky City, and Lowe's had never seen Zhuowen before, so he could naturally follow Zhuowen into Burning Sky City without being noticed. After keeping Long Xiaotian in the Azure Dragon Palace, Zhuowen and Lowe's walked towards Burning Sky City. At this moment, the entrance of Burning Sky City was extremely lively. There was an endless stream of people and carriages. In this long stream of people, there were many powerful saint martial artists and semi-saint. However, most of them were Emperor Realm experts. It's so lively today. There are actually so many martial artists gathered at the entrance of Burning Sky City? Zhuowen muttered to himself in surprise. Hee, could it be that this brother doesn't know that a joyous event has happened in Burning Heaven City recently? Just as Zhuowen was talking to himself, a low voice sounded. Then, Zhuowen turned around with a strange expression on his face. Behind him, a group of young women with graceful figures slowly walked over. This group of young women had bright eyes, a face like a flower, and a face like the moon. Their graceful bearing was a feast for the eyes. Every single one of these young women was a target that countless men would crazily pursue. At this moment, there were countless gazes in the surroundings that landed on this group of women. These gazes were all filled with passion. In the center of this group of young girls, there was a proud figure. This figure was dressed like a scholar and held a folding fan in his hand. He had delicate features and cheeks that were as red as peach blossoms. He had a graceful bearing and was a beautiful beauty. Zhuowen looked at the scholar in front of him with a strange gaze and carefully sized him up. The reason why he did this was mainly because the scholar in front of him did not have an Adam's apple on his neck. Moreover, looking at his face, He could tell at a glance that this guy was a woman dressed as a man. However, such a woman dressed as a man was actually imitating the playboy's attitude. Hugging left and right, she was having fun teasing the young women around her. It's the successor of the Nine Saint Heavenly Gate, Xiaobingyu. The Nine Saint Heavenly Gate has produced 9 saints. Although they are from different eras and it is unknown how many saints there are in the sect now, its foundation is extremely deep and terrifying. It is not something that ordinary forces can compare to. Especially this Xiaobingyu. It is said that she was born in the Nine Saint Heavenly Gate under the protection of the 9 saints. Her heavenly saint armor soul was once one of the 9 saints of the 9 Saint Heavenly Gate. It is extremely terrifying and is the next leader of the 9 Saint Heavenly Gate. However, although this Xiaobingyu is a woman, she has the heart of a man. Every time she goes out, she dresses as a man and has beautiful maids by her side. She looks like an elegant and frivolous young master. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhuowen also knew the identity of the woman dressed as a man in front of him. Before coming to the southern barbarian land, Zhuowen had naturally inquired about the situation in the southern barbarian land. He had indeed heard of the 9 Saint Heavenly Gate. In the southern barbarian land, the 9 Saint Heavenly Gate was considered a great power with an extremely deep foundation. I really don't know what the good news is. I wonder if this young master can tell me a thing or two, Zhuowen asked with a faint smile. Since this Xiaobingyu liked to dress as a man, then Zhuowen would accompany her. Anyway, he also knew that he would not have any interaction with this Xiaobingyu. This time, he would naturally try to get more information from her. Hearing Zhuowen's address, Xiaobingyu's beautiful mouth curved into a smile. She stepped in front of Zhuowen and pressed her folding fan against Zhuowen's chest. She moved closer to Zhuowen and said with a wretched smile, "Brother, what do you think of my maids?" Zhuowen was stunned. He did not expect this Xiaobingyu to suddenly ask such a question. Captivating beauty, devastatingly beautiful, graceful, and virtuous, Zhuowen commented without blushing or skipping a beat. Haha, brother's evaluation is very pertinent, very pertinent. Wonderful, wonderful. The maids of Xiaobingyu are naturally peerless beauties. Otherwise, how could they be qualified to stay by my side? Xiaobingyu laughed and returned to the maids behind her. She hugged them left and right and even sucked the clavicles of the maids in an exaggerated manner. She really looked like a thirsty wolf. However, Zhuowen's eyelids twitched. Although he wanted to scold this Xiaobingyu for being crazy and perverted, he held back in the end. I am Xiaobingyu from the 9 Saints Heavenly Sect. How should I address you? Xiaobingyu came back to her senses and smiled at Zhuowen. I am just a wild crane. My name is Miefun. This is my brother Lo's. Just now, young Master Xia did not tell me. What is the joyous occasion in Burning Sky City? Zhuowen smiled faintly. Xiaobingyu raised her beautiful eyes and said, Miefun? This name was a little interesting. Wasn't this a joyous occasion already known to everyone in Burning Sky City? Seeing that Brother Miefun is new here, I will tell you about it. This time, the Holy Maiden of the Burning Heaven sect and the young Palace Master of the Snow Palace of the North Pole are going to be married. For this reason, the sect master of the Burning Heaven sect is holding a grand banquet. All the major forces of the South Pole have invited this joyous occasion. It is said that even the fierce Tiger sect of the Western region has been invited. Zhuowen's eyes slowly narrowed as a chill surged. It seemed that Elder Yin was right. The Burning Heaven sect was indeed planning to marry the Snow Palace. Zhuowen's strange behavior naturally did not escape Xiaobingyu's eyes. She was a little surprised that the young man in front of her suddenly revealed a cold expression. I also heard that in a few days, the Palace Master of the Snow Palace will bring many experts to Burning Sky City. At that time, the Burning Heaven sect master will personally come out to welcome them. At that time, there will be a grand banquet. That is truly a joyous occasion. At this point, Xiaobingyu giggled. That charming chuckle, coupled with the incongruity of her male disguise, had a special charm that attracted the gazes of the surrounding warriors. Xia Bingyu was originally a beautiful woman. Even if she deliberately disguised herself as a man, it was still difficult to conceal her peerless beauty. On the contrary, it added a strange charm to her. I see. Thank you for your reminder, young Master Xia. I still have some urgent matters to attend to in the city, so I will take my leave first. Yuan cupped his hands. He originally intended to step into Burning Sky City, but Xia Bingyu obviously did not want to let Yuan leave just like that. She actually blocked his path. Young Master Xia, is there something else? Looking at Xia Bingyu in front of him, Yuan asked indifferently. Even Yuan could not figure out why Xia Bingyu was suddenly so interested in him. It was a little strange. Of course, Yuan was not the only one who was strange. The surrounding warriors were also extremely puzzled. Yuan and Lo's were alone in front of them, and their auras were concealed. Such ordinary people should be buried in the crowd and inconspicuous. But now, the dignified successor of the Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate, Xia Bingyu, was actually so friendly to them. This was extremely inconceivable to the crowd. Xia Bingyu liked to disguise herself as a man, and also liked to learn from the secular world's young masters. She liked to flirt with hundreds of flowers. However, Xia Bingyu was extremely arrogant. She would not even bother with ordinary people. But now, Xia Bingyu actually took the initiative to chat with the two ordinary people in front of her. She even seemed to be quite friendly. This was extremely inconceivable to the crowd. Brother Miefan, your attitude is a little bad. Can't I find you for no reason? Just now, the two of us hit it off so well. From now on, you are my brother, Xia Bingyu. At this point, Xia Bingyu moved closer to Yuan and revealed a wretched smile. She whispered, Brother Miefan, these maidservants of mine are all beautiful and beautiful. If you like them, I don't mind giving you one. I guarantee that she will serve you well. I only made this suggestion because I treat you as my brother. Otherwise, there won't be another chance like this. Zhuowen's eyes slowly narrowed. This Xia Bingyu had been constantly talking to him from the beginning. Zhuowen felt a little strange. Now that he wanted to enter Burning Sky City, this Xia Bingyu was actually pestering him. This made him feel that something was wrong. Zhuowen glanced at the group of maidservants behind Xia Bingyu. With a hook of his right hand, he lifted Xia Bingyu's delicate chin without any warning. At this moment, Zhuowen and Xia Bingyu looked at each other. Their cheeks were so close that Xia Bingyu could even feel Zhuowen's heavy and warm breath. Xia Bingyu obviously did not expect such a turn of events. For a moment, she was stunned and could only stare blankly at the young man in front of her. Then, the young man in front of her spoke softly. If I say that I want you, will you serve me well? The voice that drilled into her ears had a trace of strange magnetism. It was also a little low, causing Xia Bingyu to feel numb all over. She almost lost her balance. What are you doing? Chapter 1539. Prince Raven. This sudden turn of events instantly petrified countless warriors in the surroundings. No one had expected the young man named Miefan to be so audacious. He lifted Xia Bingyu's chin in front of everyone and said such impudent words. Although Xia Bingyu looked unrestrained on the surface, she was extremely arrogant in her bones. She was the only one who teased others, and no one had ever teased her so brazenly. However, Miefan had done it. This shocked the surrounding people and made Xia Bingyu furious. It was so much so that many of Xia Bingyu's admirers in the surroundings looked at Zhuowen with gazes that were filled with hostility and coldness. What are you doing? Are you courting death? Xia Bingyu's eyes were like frost as she stared at Zhuowen. Her previous unrestrained manner was gone, and there was only a deep coldness. Clang clang clang. At the same time, the group of maidservants standing behind Xia Bingyu had unsheathed their cold swords. Sword Qi soared into the sky, scaring many cultivators around them into retreating. Xia Bingyu's maidservants were all talented disciples nurtured by the 9 saints' heavenly gate. They were all very powerful. Now that they saw Xia Bingyu being teased, their flirtatious expressions were instantly replaced by a biting cold. Zhuowen was calm and said, "Why are you so angry, young Master Xia? I was just joking just now. You don't have to take it seriously." Xia Bingyu also slowly returned to normal. After she waved her hand to signal the maidservants to put down their weapons, she sized up Zhuowen with her beautiful eyes. However, she did not dare to approach Zhuowen like before. She had always been the one who teased others, but now she was being teased by this young man. This made Xia Bingyu feel embarrassed, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she had walked into the trap earlier. "Hee, it's really lively here," a slightly ear-piercing voice sounded. Then, the crowd on the side opened up a path for a slender young man with a gloomy expression to walk over slowly. 2 black-robed old men followed behind the young man respectfully. The 3 of them were dressed in unique attire. A black crow with its wings spread out was embroidered on the front of their clothes. It looked very out of place. "It's the Dark Crow sect. That's a force that's not any weaker than the 9 Saints' heavenly gate. Could this young man be Prince Raven?" "It's Prince Raven. Look at the 2 people behind him. They should be the 2 wise men. These 2 old men are basically inseparable from Prince Raven. As long as Prince Raven is around, there will be the 2 wise men." It's said that Prince Raven has always had a soft spot for Xia Bingyu. However, it's a pity that Xia Bingyu likes to dress up as a man. She doesn't like men, but she likes women. Prince Raven has always returned empty-handed. The moment Prince Raven walked over, many of the surrounding cultivators retreated. Prince Raven was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, looking at his posture, it was obvious that he was coming for Xia Bingyu. No one wanted to provoke him. Prince Raven. Seeing the dark crow-crowned prince walking over, Xia Bingyu wrinkled her jade-like nose and said somewhat unhappily, "Hee. Miss Xia has a good memory. I'm really flattered that you still remember me." Prince Raven ignored Zhuowen's existence and stepped in front of Xia Bingyu. Xia Bingyu said coldly, "It's indeed quite a coincidence. However, young Master Yin, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, Xia Bingyu came to Zhuowen's side and smiled at Zhuowen. "Brother Miefun, how about we enter the Burning Sky City together?" Xia Bingyu's attitude immediately made Prince Raven's face turn gloomy. His gaze fell on Zhuowen, emitting a deep chill. "Brat, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you when you die," Yin said sinisterly. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhuowen's eyes slowly narrowed. He did not expect Prince Raven to threaten him so openly, and the surrounding martial warriors did not seem to be surprised at all. Obviously, this was Prince Raven's style. Without a doubt, the surrounding martial warriors all looked at Zhuowen with pity and sympathy. Some of them were even secretly gloating. Xia Bingyu's beautiful eyes turned slightly as she looked at Zhuowen calmly. The corner of her mouth revealed a sly smile. At this juncture, she suddenly acted so warmly towards Zhuowen. Naturally, it was not for no reason, but for Prince Raven to see. Prince Raven had been pestering her for a long time, and she was annoyed by Prince Raven's pursuit. Now, using Zhuowen as a shield was the most appropriate thing to do. Moreover, because of Zhuowen's impudent behavior, Xia Bingyu was constantly blaming Zhuowen. This was a small revenge from before. "What? Don't you understand human language? If you don't scram, you better think about the consequences." Seeing that Zhuowen did not move, the corner of Prince Raven's mouth became colder and colder. He thought that Zhuowen was stunned by him, so he shouted again. Zhuowen slowly turned around, and immediately placed his right hand on Xia Bingyu's shoulder without any warning. Pulling her to his side, he said to Prince Raven, "This one is happily chatting with young Master Xia. Who do you think you are? How dare you stick your foot in? Little do you know that your foot is dirty and smelly." It's disgusting. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Even Prince Raven was stunned on the spot. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhuowen and Xiaobingyu, who was suddenly pulled to his side by Zhuowen. The silence continued. The smile on Xiaobingyu's face suddenly froze. A powerful aura burst out and rushed to the sky, wanting to blast Zhuowen away. Zhuowen smiled. The power of the divine body condensed on his right hand. It was like thousands of mountains, fiercely suppressing Xiaobingyu. Even if she used all her strength, she could not move. At this moment, Xiaobingyu was shocked. She was the successor of the 9 saints' heavenly gate. Since she was young, she had been taught by the saint in the sect. Now, at such a young age, she was still a void profound saint. However, even though she had unleashed the aura of a saint, she was still restrained by Zhuo Wen's right hand and could not move at all. This guy, Xiaobingyu, was both shocked and furious, especially when their bodies were almost pressed together. This caused Xiaobingyu to feel extremely ashamed. With a swoosh, her exquisite face became incomparably crimson, like a cherry that had been dyed in the mountains. In the eyes of outsiders, Xiaobingyu's struggling posture was like a spoiled little girl. This made the eyes of many warriors spit fire. They almost rushed up and punched Zhuowen. As for Zhuowen, he was as calm as an ancient well. Even the continuously struggling woman under his right hand did not cause the slightest ripple in Zhuowen's heart. He did this not because he was lustful, but because he wanted to properly punish this woman who wanted to use him. This was because he hated it when people used him. Hearing Zhuowen's provocative words and the intimate actions between Zhuowen and Xiaobingyu, Prince Raven's lungs were about to explode. Prince Raven's handsome face turned purple. "You're courting death," Prince Raven roared. He stomped on the ground and jumped up. The black gas in his body rushed out and formed a huge shadow of a dark crow behind him. That terrifying aura seemed to be able to swallow the heavens and earth. "Kid, no matter where you come from, you're going to die today. You're going to die miserably." Prince Raven had a pair of black wings on his back. The black gas that escaped from his body converged into a huge dark crow. He looked down at Zhuowen with eyes full of cruelty. "Zhuowen, do you want me to beat him to death for you?" Liao Si slowly walked forward, tilted his head, and asked Zhuowen with a smile. "Sure, but don't kill him. Just beat him up," Zhuowen said indifferently. The conversation between Zhuowen and Loz was heard clearly by the surrounding people. Many of them looked at Zhuowen and Loz strangely. Prince Raven was the monstrous genius of the Dark Crow sect. Yin Yen was older than Xiaobingyu by dozens of years. Therefore, his cultivation was stronger than Xiaobingyu. He had reached the second mystic nirvana saint realm. With such a cultivation, he was a rare monstrous genius among the younger generation. Even among the older generation, he was considered a first-rate expert. Now, this bald man who suddenly walked out said that he wanted to beat Prince Raven to death. Such bold words were a little arrogant. The ignorant are fearless. Where did these two guys come from? Haven't they heard of the Dark Crow sect? How dare they say that they want to beat Prince Raven to death? What a joke. After they are taught a lesson by Prince Raven, they will know how ignorant they are. Many of the surrounding warriors sneered, waiting for Loz and Zhuowen to make a fool of themselves. "Alright, then I'll beat this guy half to death." Loz grinned. He stomped his feet and the ground cracked. Loz shot out like an arrow and appeared in front of Prince Raven in an instant. Loz was too fast. Before Prince Raven could react, Loz had already appeared in front of him. Damn it! Prince Raven's expression changed slightly. He formed a seal with his right hand, and the huge dark crow phantom behind him let out a shrill cry. It bent down and grabbed at Loz. "It's just a little bird. What can it do to me?" Liao Si sneered and punched out, slamming into the dark crow's claws. The dark crow phantasm let out a miserable shriek towards the sky. Soon after, its enormous body directly crumbled into countless fragments. The Crown Prince's expression drastically changed as he continuously retreated. His dark crow phantom was the soul of his armor. It was very powerful, and ordinary profound sages might not be its opponent. However, it was destroyed by the bald man in front of him in one move. This was too exaggerated. Boy, why are you in a daze? Can't wait to be beaten by me? While Prince Raven was in a daze, Lowe's suddenly appeared in front of him. Lowe's directly slapped him. Chapter 1540. Entering the city plop, Prince Raven was smashed into the ground like a piece of trash, forming a huge crater outside the city. The surrounding cultivators quickly distanced themselves from the huge crater, not daring to approach. Poochie! Prince Raven spat out a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with some broken teeth. Lowe's slap was extremely loud and clear. Prince Raven's mouth was full of broken teeth and blood. He couldn't even get up. Impudent! Prince Raven was defeated too quickly. The two wise men, who had been following him, didn't even have time to react. By the time they did, Prince Raven was already in such a miserable state. Whoosh whoosh! The two wise men were both shocked and furious. They formed a pincer formation and surrounded Lowe's, intending to kill him. Lowe's grinned and threw out a palm, which transformed into a huge hand. Boom! The two wise men didn't even have time to use their limbs before they were pressed to the ground by the huge hand. They were on the verge of death. You want to snatch a woman with your trashy strength? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Zhuowen slowly let go of Xia Bingyu and glanced indifferently at Prince Raven, who was lying in the crater. He called out to Lowe's and walked towards Burning Sky City. At this moment, many of the cultivators in front consciously opened up a path. They didn't dare to block Zhuowen and Lowe's. Prince Raven had already been taught a lesson. How would they dare to provoke this fiend in front of them? Of course, they would stay as far away as possible. When Zhuowen arrived at the city gate, the guards didn't even dare to charge Zhuowen and Lowe's any fees. They carefully invited Zhuowen and Lowe's into the city gate. After Lowe's and Zhuowen entered Burning Sky City, there was a burst of heated discussion outside the city. Everyone was guessing who this so-called Miefun was. He even dared to teach Prince Raven a lesson. Of course, he did have such a background and strength. Otherwise, Prince Raven wouldn't have suffered such a huge setback in Miefun's hands. Young master, are you all right? The group of beautiful maids surrounded Xia Bingyu and asked with concern. One of the taller maids, young master, with your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to break free from Miefun of arms, right? Why were you? You seem to be clinging to him? Once those words were said, the group of maids became somewhat open-mouthed. They began to discuss spiritedly, and even began to ridicule her. Young master, could it? Don't. We can't lose young master. Young master can't abandon us. That's right. How can young master like a stinky man? How can those stinky men be compared to us sisters? Hearing the maids teasing, Xia Bingyu's delicate cheeks flushed red. These maids weren't her real maids. They were all senior and junior sisters of the Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate. They had a good relationship with each other and would often tease her in this regard. You girls, are you itching for a beating? You think I don't want to break free? Miefun is not simple. I can't break free. Xia Bingyu's beautiful eyes looked complicated as she spoke. Xia Bingyu's intuition was much sharper than that of an ordinary person. She could sense auras and things that ordinary people couldn't. Previously, she had noticed Zhuowen and Lowe's. Although the two of them looked ordinary, there was nothing special about them. However, her intuition could sense that regardless of whether it was Zhuowen or Lowe's, they both gave her a feeling of fear and trepidation. It was as if there was a terrifying beast hidden in their bodies. Can't break free. The group of maids was shocked. Although Xia Bingyu didn't look serious, she was extremely powerful. Miefun, which looked ordinary, was actually able to suppress Xia Bingyu to the point that she couldn't break free. This was unbelievable. Young master really knows how to find excuses. You are obviously in love and don't want to break free. Now you are saying that you can't break free. Young master's joke isn't funny. The tall maid chuckled. Her beautiful eyes were full of teasing. This made Xia Bingyu anxious and angry, but there was nothing she could do. Let's go. Let's enter the city. It's not easy to take advantage of me, Xia Bingyu. As she spoke, Xia Bingyu closed her folding fan and called for the maids behind her. Under the passionate gazes of the crowd, they entered the burning sky city. Cough, cough, cough. Prince Raven struggled to support his body. He took out an elixir from his spiritual ring and swallowed it. His originally weak aura finally recovered. After standing up, Prince Raven went to where the two wise men was and fed the elixir to the two wise men. Miraculously, the originally dying two wise men's aura recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Crown Prince, the two of us are useless. After recovering, the two wise men quickly knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Prince Raven waved his hand and said gloomily, "It's not your fault. It's Miefun who hid his strength well. The bald man beside him is actually so powerful and terrifying. Crown Prince, what should we do now? We can't just let Miefun go like this, right? Moreover, Miefun's origin is unknown and his identity is extremely suspicious." Elder Een of the two wise men said in a deep voice. Prince Raven's gaze became more and more gloomy. He took a deep breath and said coldly, "Don't go head to head with Miefun. This guy is not simple. However, we can send people to find out his whereabouts. When the time comes, the sect's elders will also arrive at the Burning Heaven sect. That will be the time of his death." "Yes," the two wise men said respectfully. After Prince Raven entered the Burning Sky City, the surrounding people began to talk about it. The name of Miefun also began to spread among a small number of people. The Burning Sky City was indeed huge. The streets were lined with shops on both sides of the street. People shuttled back and forth like a long dragon. During this time, there were endless shouts and shouts. This Burning Sky City really lives up to its name. All the buildings here have something to do with fire. Walking on the bustling street, Lowe's could not help but click his tongue in wonder. His eyes shone. He saw that the pavilions in the Burning Sky City, whether it was a dilapidated tile-roofed house, a vermilion-lacquered courtyard, or a bustling palace, were all surrounded by flames of various colors. The reason for this was that all the buildings in the Burning Sky City were made of a type of fiery stone. This type of fiery stone was born with flames. The surface of the stone would emit flames of various colors. Different types of fiery stones produced different colors of flames. The flames produced by the fiery stones were beneficial to warriors who cultivated fire-based cultivation techniques and laws. Those warriors who cultivated fire-based cultivation techniques would get half the results with twice the effort if they cultivated in such buildings. Moreover, the more fiery stones used, the more obvious the benefits would be. Therefore, the larger and more luxurious the buildings, the more powerful the owner of the buildings would be. As for those pitiful tile-roofed houses and other small buildings that flickered with sparse flames, they were basically the residences of weaker warriors. In the Burning Sky City, the strength of a warrior could be seen from the buildings they resided in. Although the temperature of the flames emitted by the fiery stones was quite high, it did not have any effect on powerhouses like Lowe's and Zhuowen. Moreover, Zhuowen also discovered that after entering the city that was wrapped in flames, the fire-based laws contained in his body had become active. Looking at this sign, cultivating fire-based laws in the Burning Sky City will get twice the results with half the effort. Feeling the blazing fire-based energy around him, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of intoxication as he muttered in a low voice. "Zhuowen, I see that many warriors on the streets of the Burning Sky City are talking about the marriage between the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden and the Ice Palace's young palace master. That Holy Maiden should be the one you want to snatch back this time, right?" Lowe's cast a sidelong glance at Zhuowen and said. Zhuowen did not make a sound. His gaze fell on the burning flame tower in the center of the Burning Sky City, and he nodded slightly. Lowe's looked around and sighed softly. The Burning Heaven sect of the Southern Wilderness is really much stronger than the Blue Dragon Hall. Just the scale of the Burning Sky City alone is not something that any major force in the Eastern Territory's 9 Nether Realm can compare with. Moreover, this Burning Heaven sect has a marriage alliance with the Ice Palace. It can be seen that the so-called Ice Palace is not much weaker than the Burning Heaven sect. I say, Zhuowen, this time it will be a bit difficult for you to snatch a wife. Zhuowen said with a faint smile. It doesn't matter whether it's difficult or not. What I know is that I will definitely be able to snatch Chen Shui back. If the Burning Heaven sect wants to stop me, I will exterminate the Burning Heaven sect. Speaking of this, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with tyrannical and murderous intent. This time, he, Zhuowen, had made sufficient preparations. Whether it was the Burning Heaven sect or the Ice Palace, if they wanted to stop him, Zhuowen would kill them all. Although it's like this, you can't act impulsively. Although your Ryuka is strong enough, with you, Long Xiaotian, and us mountain gods, your high-end strength is indeed very strong. But the Burning Heaven sect's background shouldn't be weak. If you act too impulsively, I'm afraid the gains won't make up for the losses. Moreover, your Ryuka might suffer heavy losses. Lowe's reminded. Relax, I know what I'm doing. I won't act impulsively like last time. Zhuowen shook his head and laughed. At the same time, he thought of the time when he went to take back Mu Qinshui. He was indeed too impulsive at that time, causing him to leave his hometown and the Divine Academy. Moreover, he was wanted by the entire 9 Nether Realm. Fortunately, he had an immortal sacred artifact like the Azure Dragon Hall. Otherwise, he might have died at that time. Although the 18th mountain god wasn't present at that time, he heard about it from Long Xiaotian. It's said that when the Ice Palace's young palace master arrives at the Burning Heaven sect, Zhou Tianzong plans to hold a banquet. Perhaps that will be an opportunity. Moreover, it's said that the Burning Heaven sect's holy maiden will also come out to welcome the Ice Palace's young palace master. Lowe's said in a deep voice. And now we can only wait. Chapter 1541. Jiang Xian Clan Zhuowen, it seems there are 2 fellows who won't leave us alone. They have been following us all this time. Don't you think we should take action? Liao Si suddenly said. Zhuowen's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently, I'm afraid that Prince Raven is unwilling to give up and sent them. Lowe's nodded and said with a smile, Do you want me to take care of it? Then I'll have to trouble Senior Lowe's. Since Prince Raven is following us like a ghost, it's time to teach him a lesson. I, Zhuowen, am not that easy to bully, Zhuowen said with a faint smile. After saying that, Lowe's disappeared behind Zhuowen. After a while, Lowe's reappeared behind Zhuowen and said with a grin, Those 2 fellows won't be able to disturb us anymore. Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, he and Liao Si found a place to stay in Burning Sky City and temporarily stayed there. After all, Zhuowen and Lowe's had just entered Burning Sky City. Even though they had made a lot of preparations beforehand, they still didn't know the exact location of Burning Sky City, let alone the exact location of the Burning Heaven sect. Zhuowen and Lowe's planned to explore Burning Sky City for a period of time to understand the situation of the entire city and the Burning Heaven sect. At the same time, they were also waiting for the arrival of the young palace master of the Snow Palace. When the sect master of the Burning Heaven sect, Zhou Tianzong, held a banquet, it would be the best time for them to take action. Zhuowen also knew that Mu Qinshui would also appear at that time. In a rather luxurious pavilion in Burning Sky City, Prince Raven was sitting on an armchair with a slightly ugly expression. Crown Prince, the 2 men we sent out have been killed. I'm afraid they were killed by Miefun and Miefun. An elder cupped his hands and said in a deep voice. I've underestimated the 2 of them. Yin Su and Yin Ying's concealment skills are second to none even in the Dark Crow sect. Although the 2 of them are only invincible Emperor Lords, if they really use their concealment techniques at full strength, coupled with their special armor souls, even saints won't be able to easily discover them. Just where did they come from? At this point, Prince Raven slowly frowned. He had never heard of Miafun's name in the southern barbarian lands. Since the bald man beside Miafun was so powerful and could defeat the two wise men in one move, he was definitely not a nobody in the southern barbarian lands. However, no matter how hard the Dark Crow Crown Prince racked his brains and tried to recall the geniuses and experts of the southern barbarian lands, he couldn't match Miafun and the bald man beside him. Crown Prince, do you think the two of them are experts from other regions? After all, the marriage between the Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace is a joyous occasion. The sect master of the Burning Heaven sect, Zhou Tianzong, has sent out countless invitations. Some of them were even sent to other regions. Elder Ming, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. His words caused Prince Raven's eyes to shine. He said, "Elder Ming is right. The two of them might be experts from other regions. Since they are warriors from other regions, shouldn't we stop here?" Old Een asked cautiously. Prince Raven narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Stop? Why should we stop? Even if they are from other regions, so what? Since they have come to the southern barbarian lands, even if they are true dragons, they will still have to lie down. Even if they are ferocious tigers, they will still have to lie down. What's more, Miafun is only two people. Our Dark Crow sect is based in the southern barbarian lands. Are we going to swallow our pride when we are humiliated? Moreover, the sect master and the two great guardians are on their way to the Burning Sky City. Miafun will be finished by then." The two wise men nodded repeatedly. Although Lowe's was powerful and could defeat both of them in one move, they were still inferior to the Dark Crow sect. However, in their opinion, Liao Si was definitely not a match for the sect leader of the Dark Crow sect. Perhaps the two guardians would be enough to deal with Miafun and the other sect leader. It will take some time for the sect master and the great guardians to arrive. Are we just going to wait like this? The two wise men looked at Prince Raven and asked. Prince Raven sneered, "Of course not. I don't know why Xia Bingyu is so interested in Miafun. Isn't the little virtuous prince of the Jiang Xian clan in the Burning Sky City a loyal admirer of Xia Bingyu? When I was pursuing Xia Bingyu, the little virtuous prince almost killed me. If the little virtuous prince knew that Xia Bingyu was so interested in Miafun, how do you think the little virtuous prince would react?" The two wise men's eyes shone brightly. They bowed and said, "The Crown Prince is wise. Let's go. Let's go to the Jiang Xian clan. I think the little virtuous prince has already heard the news. We just need to add fuel to the fire." Prince Raven stepped out of the loft with his hands behind his back. The two wise men followed closely behind. They were respectful and did not dare to be negligent. The Jiang Xian clan was a famous force in the Burning Sky City. It was one of the few forces in the Burning Sky City. Other than the Burning Heaven sect, it was a powerful force with a saint. Whether it was in the southern barbarian or the eastern barbarian, a force with a saint would prosper and grow stronger. They would become famous and have a deep foundation. Moreover, the Jiang Xian clan had a long history. It was said that the Jiang Xian clan had already existed before the Burning Sky City was established. In the distant past, the Jiang Xian clan had produced many peerless geniuses. In that era, the Jiang Xian clan had 7 saints. Moreover, the 7 saints existed at the same time, unlike the 9 saints of the 9 saints of the 9 saints of each generation. In that era, the Jiang Xian clan was definitely one of the top forces in the southern barbarian. Its fame was almost on par with the Burning Heaven sect. At that time, the Jiang Xian clan was regarded as the most powerful force in the southern barbarian that could contend with the Burning Heaven sect. However, in the Jiang Xian clan's heyday, the Jiang Xian clan quickly declined. No one knew the specific reason, but some people guessed that it might have something to do with the Burning Heaven sect. The Burning Heaven sect was the supreme overlord of the southern barbarian. It was above all the forces in the southern barbarian and even suppressed countless forces in the southern barbarian. No one knew how strong the Burning Heaven sect was or how deep its foundation was. However, since the Jiangxian clan's heyday and rapid decline, everyone knew that the Burning Heaven sect was very powerful. It was far more powerful than the Jiangxian clan's heyday. After thousands of years, the Jiangxian clan gradually declined. Although the Jiangxian clan still had a saint, the number of saints could be counted with one's fingers. Some people even guessed that there might only be one saint in the Jiangxian clan. Even though the Jiangxian clan had declined, a centipede would not fall down even if it was dead. After all, the Jiangxian clan once had 7 saints. There were several saint artifacts in the Jiangxian clan. It was said that the Jiangxian clan might even have a ascended saint artifact. Of course, these were all rumors circulating outside. The Jiangxian clan did not make any statement. However, everyone knew that the Jiangxian clan's foundation was very deep. It was not something that ordinary forces could compare with. Many forces respected the Jiangxian clan in the Burning Heaven City. The Jiangxian clan had a large fief in the Burning Heaven City. As one of the oldest forces in the Burning Heaven sect, the Burning Heaven sect naturally would not be stingy with the land. In front of the Jiangxian clan's red lacquer gate, there were 2 towering stone lions. When Prince Raven arrived in front of the red lacquer gate, he was stopped by 2 guards. The Prince Raven of the Dark Crow sect is here to visit the little virtuous king, Jiang Liqing. Are you going to stop me? Prince Raven said indifferently. The 2 guards looked at each other. They purposely looked at the 2 wise men behind Prince Raven and remembered the rumors about Prince Raven. They quickly lowered their heads and said, "We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai." "We did not recognize you, Lord Prince Raven." Prince Raven nodded and asked indifferently, "Do you know where Jiang Liqing is now?" "It's just past 5 in the morning. Young Master Jiang should be practicing martial arts in the martial arts pavilion. Lord Prince Raven has arrived. Do you need us to inform him?" The guard answered honestly, "No need. It's not the first time I've come to the Jiangxian clan. I'll go directly to the martial arts pavilion to find Jiang Liqing." Prince Raven shook his head and stepped into the Jiangxian clan. Just like what Prince Raven said, he was very familiar with the Jiangxian clan. Soon, he arrived at a huge pavilion that was burning with purple flames. There was a stone tablet in front of the pavilion, and the words "Martial Arts Pavilion" were engraved on the stone tablet, which were formed by purple flames. The martial arts pavilion was not so much a pavilion as it was a huge courtyard. There were flowers, birds, towering trees, streams, and many stone pillars. In the middle of the stone pillars, a figure flashed past like a gust of wind, shuttling back and forth in a strange trajectory. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, the figure flew out of the dense stone pillars and stopped at the same place. Then, the stone pillars behind him turned into dust and dissipated in the air. "Ha ha! Looks like Brother Jiang's shadowless snow steps has been cultivated to the point of perfection. Once you take a step, there's no trace and everything is turned into dust." Prince Raven could not help but praise. Shadowless snow steps was the Jiangxian clan's unique skill. Once you take a step, there's no trace and everything is turned into dust. This shadowless snow steps was not only unparalleled in speed, but its destructive power was also extremely shocking. "Inyen? What business do you have with my Jiangxian clan?" The little virtuous King Jiang Liqing was a slender youth with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extremely handsome. At this moment, he was wearing a white robe like a white lotus that could not be tainted by anything. At this moment, Jiang Liqing looked at Prince Raven. His handsome face revealed a trace of surprise and his sword-like eyebrows slightly knitted. Prince Raven laughed sinisterly and said, "Today, I've brought you important news. Don't you want to hear it?" Jiang Liqing patted his sleeves and did not pay much attention to Prince Raven. He said indifferently, "I'm not interested in your news. Sword Elder, please send the guest out." Whoosh! Chapter 1542. Jiang Liqing. Prince Raven's complexion immediately turned purple. He didn't expect Jiang Liqing to be so impolite. He didn't even listen to the news and directly asked the Sword Elder to send him off. Looking at the withered old man on the long sword before him, Prince Raven's eyes had a trace of dense fear. The Sword Elder looked like a candle in the wind, an old man who could collapse at any time. However, Prince Raven didn't dare to underestimate this old man who could enter the coffin at any time. This was because he had vaguely heard from the Dark Crow Sect's hierarch that this inconspicuous Sword Elder of the Jiang Xian family was once one of the 7 sages of the Jiang Xian family during their most powerful era. After thousands of years of accumulation, this Sword Elder had lived until now. That was 7,000 to 8,000 years ago. For the present, that was a very long time ago. During that era, Prince Raven knew that the Jiang Xian clan was strong enough to threaten the Burning Heaven sect. Therefore, the Burning Heaven sect took action. The Jiang Xian clan and the Burning Heaven sect clashed fiercely. In the end, the Jiang Xian clan suffered a crushing defeat. Although the Jiang Xian clan was strong enough at that time, they still weren't a match for the Burning Heaven sect. At that time, the Jiang Xian clan's 7 sages were almost completely wiped out. They suffered heavy losses. However, the Burning Heaven sect didn't exterminate the Jiang Xian clan. After all, during the Jiang Xian clan's strongest era, if the Burning Heaven sect mobilized a large force to exterminate the Jiang Xian clan, it would undoubtedly push the Burning Heaven sect to the forefront of the storm and become a target of public criticism. Moreover, the Burning Heaven sect's actions were done in secret. During that era, there were very few forces who knew that the Burning Heaven sect was the one who did it. The Dark Crow cult was one of the few who knew about it. However, facing a colossus like the Burning Heaven sect, those forces who knew about it all kept silent. Even the Jiang Xian clan remained silent in the end. After the Burning Heaven sect's whitewashing, the past was finally covered up perfectly. The Sword Elder was the only one of the 7 saints who had survived back then. Even Prince Raven did not know how powerful the Sword Elder was. However, he knew that if the Sword Elder wanted to kill them, the Sword Elder would only need a single strike to kill him and the 2 wise men beside him. Prince Raven, you don't need me to send you off personally, do you? The Sword Elder slowly landed on the ground and placed his right hand on the sword hilt. A sharp and invisible sword force spread out, causing Prince Raven to feel a chill in his heart. Humph. If you don't want to know about Xia Bingyu's matter, then I won't force you. Alright, I'll leave it at that. Prince Raven coldly snorted and immediately brought the 2 wise men with him, intending to leave the martial arts pavilion. Wait, did you just say that this matter is related to Bingyu? Jiang Liqing suddenly shouted. Prince Raven stopped in his tracks and revealed a faint smile. Otherwise, why would I come to find you? It seems that you have been in seclusion for a period of time and don't even know what happened before. Jiang Liqing's sword-like eyebrows slightly knitted. He pointed to a rather exquisite wooden building in the depths of the martial arts pavilion and said, "Then let's go in and have a chat." In the quiet wooden building, Prince Raven and Jiang Liqing sat opposite each other. Prince Raven picked up his teacup and took a sip. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Snow Mountain Jade Drop Tea, what a good tea! Speak, what happened to Bingyu during this period of time?" Jiang Liqing said indifferently. Previously at the Burning Sky City's gate, Xia Bingyu and a young man named Miefun were pulling each other intimately. As Prince Raven spoke until here, he placed the teacup on the table in front of him and looked at Jiang Liqing with a smile. Creak. Jiang Liqing suddenly squeezed the teacup in his hand. Then he said coldly, "Do you think I will believe you? Who doesn't know that Bingyu likes to dress up as a man? How could she have such behavior with other men? It's up to you to believe it or not. Of course, if you go out and ask around, you will know whether what I said is true or not," Prince Raven said with a smile. Jiang Liqing narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "What is the man's name?" "Miefun, a boy I have never heard of. However, I have to remind you that there is a bald man by Mia Fun's side who is not simple. He once defeated the two wise men with one move. Seeing Jiang Liqing's strange reaction, Prince Raven chuckled and said with a little exaggeration, Mia Fun? I have never heard of such a person or force in the southern barbarian. Could it be that he is a representative of a force from another region that was invited by the Burning Heaven sect? Jiang Liqing said with a frown. It should be. So if Brother Jiang doesn't want Xiaobingyu to be taken away by others, I think you should take action, right? Prince Raven glanced at Jiang Liqing and continued, I have stayed here for long enough. It is time for me to leave. That's all for today. I will pay you a visit another day. I won't see you out, Jiang Liqing said coldly. Prince Raven was not surprised by Jiang Liqing's cold attitude. After all, Jiang Liqing's personality was relatively cold. In addition, he had a conflict with him because of Xiaobingyu. It would be strange if he had a good attitude. After Prince Raven left the Jiang Xian clan with the two wise men, the Sword Elder walked into the wooden house. Sword Elder, help me investigate a youth named Miafun. I need to know the details of that youth, Jiang Liqing said indifferently. The Sword Elder's turbid eyes did not have any luster. He looked at Jiang Liqing and finally nodded. He did not say anything and left the wooden house. It seems that I have been in seclusion for too long. I have to go see Bingyu. Jiang Liqing slowly got up and left the wooden house. 3 days later, in a quiet little tea house, Zhuowen and Loz were quietly eating pastries and drinking tea. In the past few days, I have investigated the Burning Heaven sect. The Burning Heaven sect is located in the central area of the Burning Sky City. The main buildings are the Burning Flame Tower, the Burning Sky Main Hall, and the Saintus Pavilion. I don't need to tell you about the Burning Flame Tower. You should know that it is the prison of the Burning Heaven sect. The Burning Sky Main Hall is Zhou Tianzong's palace. However, the Burning Sky Main Hall is very mysterious. It is a forbidden area in the Burning Sky City. Very few people are allowed to go near it. As for the Saintus Pavilion, I don't think I need to tell you about it. You should know whose residence it is, right? Speaking until here, Loz looked at Zhuowen. The latter nodded slightly. He knew that the Saintus Pavilion should be the residence of Mu Qinshu. Also, it is said that the young palace master of the Snow Palace is about to arrive in the Burning Sky City. It should be in the next 3 or 4 days. Zhuowen pondered for a while, then said with a frown, in the past few days, I have also inquired about a lot of things about the Burning Heaven sect in the Burning Sky City. However, no one knows about Feng Xiao. Senior Loz, have you found anything? Loz shook his head and said, I have also inquired about Feng Xiao, but the result is similar to yours. There are not many people in the Burning Sky City who know about her. If you want to ask, I am afraid that you can only ask the upper echelons of those big forces. However, we have just arrived and have nothing to do with those big forces. Feng Xiao was the saintess of the previous generation of the Burning Heaven sect. She was also once an influential figure in the Burning Sky City. It had only been more than 20 years since Feng Xiao was imprisoned in the Burning Flame Tower. In such a short period of time, it was impossible for the Burning Sky City to forget Feng Xiao so quickly. And the initiator of this phenomenon was probably the Burning Heaven sect, who had secretly erased everything about Feng Xiao. If we are talking about big forces, perhaps the Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate is a good choice. Zhuowen suddenly laughed. He couldn't help but think of Xiaobingyu, who liked to dress up as a man, that he had met outside the city gate. The Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate could be considered a big force with a long history in the southern wilderness, and Xiaobingyu was the successor of the Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate. Her status could be considered extremely high. She should know some of the secrets of the Burning Heaven sect. You planned to look for that Xiaobingyu from before? Loz's gaze was slightly strange. Regarding that weirdo Xiaobingyu, Loz's memory was still fresh. Of course. With that, Zhuowen got up and left the small tea house, while Lowe's helplessly followed behind. Regarding Xiaobingyu's whereabouts, Zhuowen didn't even need to search much and easily found Xiaobingyu's residence. It wasn't that Zhuowen's tracking ability was strong, but that this Xiaobingyu was too ostentatious. Almost every time she went out, she would bring a large group of maids. In addition, Xiaobingyu was a peerless beauty herself, but she had to dress up as a man. The sense of incongruity revealed by her body was exceptionally eye-catching. Zhuowen casually asked on the street and immediately found out where Xiaobingyu lived. This was a hexagonal pagoda-shaped restaurant. Its surface was covered with raging flames, and it was divided into 3 floors. The area was extremely large, and it was bustling with activity. Of course, this was the situation on the first floor. The number of people on the second floor was much smaller. As for the third floor, it was almost empty. This restaurant was opened by the Burning Heavens sect. It was called the Burning Flames Restaurant. There was a Burning Flames formation set up inside, and each floor was stronger than the previous one. The lowest threshold of this restaurant was the high-level Martial Emperor realm. High-level Martial Emperors could only enter the first floor, the second floor required an invincible Martial Emperor, and the third floor required the cultivation of a semi-sage or above. Therefore, one couldn't afford to eat in the Burning Flames restaurant just because they had money. One had to be strong enough to forge iron. If one wanted to hold a banquet in the Burning Flames restaurant, one had to have both money and strength. After Zhuowen and Lowe's entered the first floor, they didn't stop at all. They directly walked towards the stairs and ascended to the third floor in one fell swoop. This scene left many cultivators dumbfounded. One after another, they began to discuss the identities of Zhuowen and Lowe's. After all, to be able to ascend to the third floor, one had to be a semi-sage or above. Such a cultivation was quite rare and powerful in the entire southern wilderness. Chapter 1543. Burning Flames Restaurant. The number of tables on the third floor was the least. The first floor of the Burning Flames restaurant had several hundred tables, the second floor had 70 to 80 tables, and there were only 8 tables on the third floor. Each table could only accommodate 10 people. At this moment, the 8 tables were almost full. The people sitting at each table were all from the Burning Sky City and the Southern Barbarian Forces, or experts from other regions. The instant Zhuowen and Lowe's walked up to the third floor, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone at the 8 tables on the third floor. However, the gazes that shot over were all filled with ridicule. The 8 tables were already full. Even if they entered the third floor, they could only return empty-handed. Moreover, Zhuowen and Lowe's before them were extremely unfamiliar. They were probably not disciples of some great power, and were perhaps rogue cultivators with rather strong strength. How could those who were able to enter the third floor be mediocre? Basically, all of them had high standards but low ability, and didn't put others in their eyes. Zhuowen looked around the third floor, and his gaze immediately landed on the wine table near the window. He saw Xiaobingyu sitting at the center of the table, surrounded by beautiful female attendants. Hugging each of them, she seemed to be in a very good mood. Xiaobingyu naturally saw Zhuowen, who walked up to the third floor, but she didn't come out to greet him. Instead, she smiled slyly and quietly looked at Zhuowen. "Dear guest, there are no more seats on the third floor. How about we move to the second floor?" A vigorous voice sounded out, and a robust man that was like an iron tower blocked Zhuowen and Lowe's path, and he stared at Zhuowen with an expressionless face. This robust man was the owner of the Burning Flames restaurant. His name was Yu Ji, and it was said that he was a disciple of the Burning Heaven sect. Of course, it was impossible for Yu Ji to build such a vast restaurant by himself. It was only with the support of the Burning Heaven sect that the Burning Flames restaurant could be so large. As for Yu Ji, he was only sent by the Burning Heaven sect to manage the restaurant on behalf of the Burning Heaven sect. Haha, not just anyone can come to the third floor of Burning Flame restaurant. Suddenly, a mocking laughter was transmitted from the stairs below. Immediately, A shady young man in a black robe slowly walked up. The black robe in front of this young man had a raven drawn on it. Behind him were 2 old men with powerful auras and 6 other men in black robes. Prince Raven. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and recognized the leader of the black-robed youth. Oh, it's Prince Raven of the Dark Crow sect. At this moment the originally expressionless brawny man hurriedly walked in front of Prince Raven and said rather warmly, "I really didn't expect that Prince Raven would take care of Burning Flames restaurant. It was Yu Ji who was negligent." The Dark Crow sect could be considered as one of the top sects in the southern wilderness. Its foundation was not much different from that of the 9 Saints' Heavenly Gate. Most of the forces could not be compared to it. Therefore, the moment Prince Raven entered the 3rd floor, many martial artists on the 3rd floor began to discuss among themselves. Their eyes were filled with dread. Although they thought highly of themselves, they were still inferior to the Dark Crow sect. On the 3rd floor, the only person who could be compared to the Dark Crow sect was the successor of the 9 Saints' Heavenly Gate, Xiaobingyu, who was sitting by the window. "Are the 8 tables on the 3rd floor full?" Prince Raven asked with a frown. Yuji waved his hand and said, "The 3rd floor is extremely large. Of course, we have a backup table. Come with me, Your Highness." As he spoke, Yuji walked to another window seat near Xiaobingyu. With a flick of his finger, he took out a table that was filled with various delicacies and wine. "Your Highness and the members of the Dark Crow sect, please take a seat," Yuji said warmly. He even gestured for them to take a seat. The way Yuji treated Zhuowen and Prince Raven was very different. However, the people on the 3rd floor did not feel anything was wrong. The Dark Crow Crown Prince was the successor of the Dark Crow sect, and the Dark Crow sect was one of the top powers in the southern barbarian region. How could a nobody like Zhuowen compare to the successor of such a great power? The Dark Crow Crown Prince arrogantly led the Yin and Ming elders to a seat and said to Yuji, "Thank you, brother Yuji. As for the others, I think it's better not to let them stay on the 3rd floor. They are not worthy." "Don't worry, brother Yin. My Burning Flame restaurant doesn't keep others." Yuji understood tacitly, and then he revealed an indifferent expression as he looked at Zhuowen and Liao Si and said, "There are no more seats on the 3rd floor. Please leave Incineration Flame Restaurant." Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Yuji treated him differently. The 8 tables on the 3rd floor were already full. He was asked to leave the 3rd floor and find a seat on the 2nd floor. When the Dark Crow Crown Prince reached the 3rd floor, Yuji's attitude was extremely humble. He laughed and chatted like a grandson and even took out a spare table, intending to drive the 2 of them out of the restaurant. Loz, who was standing next to Zhuowen, could not help but want to attack. However, he was stopped by Zhuowen. Zhuowen glanced at Yuji indifferently and mocked unhurriedly, "Is this how your Burning Flames restaurant treats its guests? You drive away your honored guests and give a spare table to a piece of trash. Are you blind?" As soon as these words came out, the entire 3rd floor fell into silence. Whether it was the people at the original 8 tables or Yuji, they were all stunned. As for Prince Raven, who was sitting at the spare table, his face immediately flushed red. Anger rose from his head as he glared at Zhuowen. "What did you say? Do you dare to say it again?" Yuji came back to his senses, but his face became gloomy as he stared at Zhuowen. The Burning Flame restaurant had the support of the Burning Heaven sect. Therefore, not only was it famous in the Burning Heaven city, it was also not an existence that ordinary people could provoke. Generally, martial warriors who entered the Burning Flame restaurant to set up a feast were all polite and cautious. They relied on the reputation of the Burning Heaven sect. But now, this unknown young man in front of him actually dared to point at him and say that he was blind. This truly angered Yuji. Even the martial warriors at the other tables had strange looks on their faces. Wasn't this young man in front of them too arrogant? This Burning Flame restaurant was not simple. It had the support of the Burning Heaven sect behind it. Moreover, this young man even insulted Prince Raven and called him trash. This was practically provoking the lion. However, there were also some sharp people who noticed that Prince Raven, who was sitting by the window, did not immediately take action. Instead, he looked on coldly as if he had turned a deaf ear to Zhuowen's insults, as expected of the successor of a great sect. Although Prince Raven was insulted by this young man, he did not immediately take action. This is truly the demeanor of a great sect. That's right. Who is Prince Raven? How could he lower himself to the level of a nobody? This young man is just a mad dog. He bites anyone he sees, as if he thinks that he can make a name for himself. He doesn't know how laughable and despicable his actions are. There's no need for Prince Raven to take action. I think the Burning Flame restaurant will drive out this troublemaking junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Sounds of discussion instantly rang out in the surroundings. There was no lack of people who were flattering Prince Raven. The dark crow crown prince enjoyed these flattering words, and his expression became a lot better. After being taught a lesson by Lowe's, he still had a lingering fear and naturally did not dare to take action. The reason why he was so fearless was naturally because he was in the Burning Flame restaurant. After all, the Burning Flame restaurant was built by the Burning Heaven sect and was fully supported by the Burning Heaven sect. Yuji was just a small manager of the Burning Flame restaurant on the surface. The real manager did not appear. It was said that the real manager seemed to be an elder of the Burning Heaven sect. Ordinary people did not dare to cause trouble in the Burning Flame restaurant, not only because of the Burning Heaven sect, but also because of the real manager. He did not believe that Miefan would dare to cause trouble in the Burning Flame restaurant. At this moment, Yuji's sturdy body stood in front of Zhuowen and said coldly, "Do you dare to say it again? You dare to cause trouble in my Burning Flame restaurant? You are not qualified. A mere half-saint is not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Today, call out the real manager of the Burning Flame restaurant. I want him to be the judge." Zhuowen unhurriedly spat out these words. With a wave of his right hand, a terrifying surge of saint energy spread out. Immediately, Yuji let out a muffled groan as he retreated and sat on the ground. "This is saint power? You are a saint?" Yuji sat on the ground and stared at Zhuowen as if he had seen a ghost. He could not help but cry out in shock. Not only Yuji, but the warriors sitting in the banquet on the third floor were also shocked. They looked at Zhuowen with eyes full of disbelief. Even if the comprehensive strength of the southern barbarians was above the eastern land, a saint was still a rare existence. Generally, those who became saints were old monsters who had cultivated for thousands of years in great forces. Those who could cultivate to saint at a young age were basically monstrous geniuses from various regions. Among them, Prince Raven and Xia Bingyu belonged to this type. Prince Raven looked young, but in fact, he had cultivated for 50 to 60 years. Xia Bingyu's talent was much higher than Prince Raven's. She was only about 30 years old. However, to be able to become a saint at the age of 100 was already a peerless monstrous genius. As for the young man in front of them, everyone could clearly feel that he was not too old. It was absolutely unbelievable that he had saint power and was a saint. In other words, this young man was very likely to be a monstrous existence like Prince Raven and Xia Bingyu. It was just that they did not know which force he came from. "May I know which faction you're from?" Yuji hurriedly got up and his tone became much more respectful. To be able to cultivate such a young saint, he did not even need to think to know that the force behind this young man was definitely not simple. It's nothing more than a wandering cloud or a wild crane. I've said it before. You treated me so differently earlier. I think I have the right to call out the manager of your Burning Flames restaurant and discuss this matter properly, Zhuowen said unhurriedly. Chapter 1544. Throw them out. Although Zhuowen claimed to be a wandering crane, Yuji did not dare to treat the two of them as such. To be able to cultivate to the saint realm at such a young age, who would believe that it was possible for a loner to cultivate to the saint realm? However, Yuji was a quick-witted person. He quickly went to the window and took out a table full of delicious dishes and wine from his spirit ring. He apologized to Zhuowen. Yuji did not serve you well just now. Please forgive me, young master. I Yuji will pay for this meal. Zhuowen waved his hand and walked straight to Prince Raven's table. He said, I want this table of dishes. Ask these irrelevant people to scram. Prince Raven's face darkened when he heard this. He had previously mocked Zhuowen and Lo's for being irrelevant people. Now that Zhuowen had returned the favor, Prince Raven felt extremely aggrieved. Miefun, don't be too arrogant. This Burning Flame restaurant is not owned by you. How can you run amok here? Prince Raven said coldly. I asked you to scram. Are you deaf? Zhuowen was extremely impatient. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Prince Raven. This Prince Raven liked to use underhanded means. Zhuowen did not have a good impression of him. Of course, he did not want to waste his breath on him. How dare you! The two wise men shouted angrily. A surge of saint energy gushed out and charged at Zhuowen. The two wise men was an elder of the Dark Crow sect after all. Although his cultivation base was the same as Prince Raven's Nirvana Saint Realm, their combined strength was comparable to a glimpse profound Saint Realm expert. This guy is too impulsive. Even if he has reached the Saint Realm, isn't he too arrogant? He actually wants to drive Prince Raven away. After all, Prince Raven still has the two wise men by his side. There was an uproar in the surroundings. Although many people were shocked by the surge of saint energy from Zhuowen, they were still young. In everyone's opinion, even if Zhuowen had reached the Saint Realm, he would not be much stronger than Prince Raven, let alone the two wise men by Prince Raven's side. However, the result was out of everyone's expectation. The two wise men. They only two wise men's translation. Their majestic-looking translation. Their majestically, the two wise men, was sent flying out of the restaurant and house. Two shrieks, the wise men. Translation. What, looking at this scene, the cultivators on the third floor of the restaurant fell into silence again. The two wise men was sent flying with just one move. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Prince Raven's heart trembled. His face turned extremely ugly. His heart was like a raging storm, and he could not calm down for a long time. Previously, he had always thought that this guy was so arrogant because he had Lo's by his side. However, now that this guy had sent the two wise men flying with just one move, he finally knew that he had underestimated the young man in front of him. Xia Bingyu's table also fell into silence. The maids beside Xia Bingyu were especially stunned. Originally, these maids looked down on Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen's impudent behavior towards Xia Bingyu had caused this group of maids to dislike Zhuowen. But now, Zhuowen had sent the two wise men flying with just one move. Such a shocking result had truly shocked them. A junior that was able to send the two wise men flying with a single move at such an age was rare in the southern wilderness. Even Prince Raven himself was unable to do it. Are you going to scram yourself, or do you want me to make you scram? Zhuowen stood before Prince Raven and looked down at Prince Raven, who was still seated. A terrifying aura crushed down. Prince Raven was still fine, but the other 6 disciples of the Dark Crow cult who were seated started to tremble. You're going too far. Prince Raven roared angrily. Boundless black gas burst out from his body and formed a huge dark crow. At the same time, Prince Raven took out a pitch-black square cauldron from his spiritual ring. The surface of the cauldron was engraved with a pattern of dark crows spreading their wings. It looked like dark clouds. The Black Crow Cauldron. I didn't expect Prince Raven to take out such a saint artifact. Looking at the black square cauldron floating in the air, the surrounding people could not help but be moved. The Black Crow Cauldron was the profound saint artifact used by the master of the Dark Crow cult when he roamed the world. Later, when he saw Prince Raven's amazing talent, he gave the Black Crow Cauldron to Prince Raven when he became a martial saint. Although the Black Crow Cauldron was a profound saint artifact, its power was much stronger than an ordinary profound saint artifact. Its quality had reached the peak of profound saint artifact, and it was famous in Prince Raven's hands. Go to hell. As the successor of the Dark Crow cult, Prince Raven naturally had his own pride. Obviously, he could not tolerate Zhuowen's words. Therefore, he did not hesitate to take out his profound saint artifact. Profound saint artifact? The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up. He suddenly threw out a punch and heavily punched the terrifying square cauldron. The Black Crow Cauldron buzzed and was directly sent flying. It heavily smashed onto Prince Raven's body. Puff! Prince Raven spat out a mouthful of blood. Bearing the terrifying impact of the Black Crow Cauldron, he was sent flying backward. He directly left the third floor of the restaurant and fell outside. Crown Prince. The faces of the 6 disciples of the Dark Crow cult at the table changed drastically. They chased after Prince Raven and stabilized his body. They stared at Zhuowen in shock and anger. The strength of this young man who suddenly appeared on the 3rd floor of the restaurant was too strong. He actually repelled the 2 wise men with a single palm strike and sent Prince Raven, who was holding the Black Crow Cauldron, flying with a single punch. Moreover, he did it with his bare hands. It was truly terrifying. Zhuowen leisurely sat at the table where Prince Raven had just sat. On the other hand, Loz quietly sat beside Zhuowen. He did not intervene in Zhuowen's matter. Speaking of which, ever since Zhuowen had cultivated the saint physique, his combat strength was close to Loz. Perhaps Zhuowen did not even care about ordinary sun-sky saint realm experts, let alone a small fry like Prince Raven. Brother Miefun really hid his strength well. You're a little unkind. You're so strong, but you didn't say anything. You're really not very nice. Xiaobingyu closed her folding fan and chuckled. Although Xiaobingyu looked calm, she was very shocked. Previously outside the city gate, she already knew that this young man was not simple. However, the combat strength that Zhuowen displayed today was still beyond her expectations. This made Xiaobingyu even more curious about this young man's origin. Zhuowen smiled and slowly poured 3 cups of wine. He faced Xiaobingyu and said, "Young Master Xia, why don't you come to this table for a chat? I have something that I need your help with. I hope you won't refuse." Hearing this, Xiaobingyu's heart trembled. She did not expect Miefun to come here for her. She did not know why he was looking for her. However, after seeing Zhuowen's performance, Xiaobingyu did not want to be enemies with such a young talent. She smiled and sat at the table where Zhuowen was at with a few maids that were close to her. Brother Miefun is too polite. If you have anything that you need my help with, I will do my best to help you, Xiaobingyu said with a smile. It's like this. As Zhuowen spoke, he used secret sound transmission to speak to Xiaobingyu. Xiaobingyu's smile froze and a trace of caution appeared on her beautiful face. Brother Miefun, why are you suddenly asking about this person? Xiaobingyu asked with some doubt. Zhuowen tapped the table lightly and said indifferently, Young Master Xia, you don't have to ask about the reason. Now I just want to ask if you can find out about this person. As for the reward, I won't let you down. As he spoke, Zhuowen used secret sound transmission to say, the reward is a profound saint artifact and 10 top-grade celestial pills. How about that? Xiaobingyu was shocked when she heard this. A profound saint artifact and 10 top-grade celestial pills were extremely generous rewards for her. After all, a profound saint artifact was not something that could be found on the street. The 9 Saints' Heavenly Gate also had a saint artifact of this level, but the quantity was extremely limited. It was even more impossible for them to trade it. However, the young man in front of her had directly promised a profound saint artifact and 10 top-grade celestial pills. Even Xiaobingyu herself could not refuse such generous rewards. Young Master Xia, if you promise to help me find out about this person's whereabouts, I will keep my promise. Of course, I think you're not the only one in the entire Burning Sky City who would be tempted by such a generous reward. Zhuowen tapped the table lightly and said indifferently. Xiaobingyu rolled her eyes at Zhuowen in annoyance. Her angry manner was full of charm as she said, "Your reward has really moved me." Xiaobingyu pondered for a while and continued, "The Burning Heaven sect has regarded this person as a taboo more than 20 years ago. I don't know his exact whereabouts. It is said that he is in the Burning Flame Tower. As for which floor he is on, I don't know. So, I have to ask the elders of the sect. Wait a few days for me, and I will give you an answer then." "Okay, but you have to be quick." Zhuowen nodded. Xiaobingyu nodded seriously, but her beautiful eyes were looking at the young man in front of her with even more curiosity. It had to be said that this young man called Mie Fun in front of her seemed to be shrouded in a thick layer of fog, making it impossible for people to see through him. At this moment, Prince Raven and his group had landed on the ground in front of the Burning Flame restaurant in an extremely sorry state. At this moment, many warriors in the surroundings were pointing at Prince Raven and his group. Among them, there was no lack of warriors who recognized Prince Raven. Just now, they had clearly seen the scene of Prince Raven and the two wise men being thrown down from the third floor of the Burning Flame restaurant. This made them wonder who the instigator who dared to treat Prince Raven in such a way was. "Yin, you're really in a sorry state. You were even thrown out to drink and eat. How shameful!" An indifferent voice was heard, and then a slender and handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes walked out from the crowd. Chapter 1545. Unbridled Jiang Xian clan's little virtuous prince, Jiang Liqing? I didn't expect Jiang Liqing to come as well. When they saw the young man slowly walking over, the crowd below the restaurant involuntarily opened up a path for him. Little virtuous prince, Jiang Liqing, was one of the top geniuses in Burning Sky City. He was once as famous as the Burning Heaven sect's holy son, Yen Ruhua. It was said that before Yen Ruhua and Jiang Liqing became saints, the two of them had a great battle. No one knew the result of that battle, but after that battle, Yen Ruhua went into seclusion for a long time. There was no doubt that Yen Ruhua was at a disadvantage in that battle. It was hard to imagine how Jiang Liqing, whose talent and strength surpassed Yen Ruhua's in Burning Sky City, was nurtured by the Jiang Xian clan. Therefore, Jiang Liqing was secretly called the #1 genius in Burning Sky City. Of course, this discussion was very obscure. After all, the Burning Heaven sect was in charge of Burning Sky City. If this discussion was heard by the Burning Heaven sect, it would probably make the upper echelons of the Burning Heaven sect unhappy. "What did you say? Mie Fun is also in Burning Flame restaurant?" Jiang Liqing's starry eyes slowly narrowed into a dangerous arc previously. He had heard that Xiaobingyu was holding a banquet at the Burning Flames restaurant. Therefore, he had come from the Jiang Xian clan out of admiration. Naturally, he wanted to find Xiaobingyu for a chat. Back then, the arrogant and unruly Jiang Liqing had met the unrestrained Xiaobingyu, who was a woman dressed as a man, and was firmly attracted by her unique temperament. From then on, he became Xiaobingyu's loyal and fanatical suitor. All of Xiaobingyu's suitors were beaten to a pulp by Jiang Liqing and no longer dared to provoke Xiaobingyu. Even Prince Raven was taught a lesson by Jiang Liqing because of his love for Xiaobingyu. Although he wasn't beaten to a pulp like the other suitors, he still suffered quite a bit. "In other words, you were thrown out by Mie Fun?" Jiang Liqing thought of something and muttered softly. As soon as he said this, Prince Raven's face turned green and purple. In the end, he snorted coldly and said, "Mie Fun is not simple. Even if you go up against him, I'm afraid you won't be able to gain any advantage." Jiang Liqing smiled and said proudly, "I'm not a piece of trash like you." As he spoke, Jiang Liqing took a step into the Burning Flames restaurant and directly walked towards the third floor. The Sword Elder silently followed behind him. At this moment, Zhuowen and Xiaobingyu were discussing the details softly. The people around the table were silent and did not dare to make a sound. Even Prince Raven had been thrown out like trash, let alone them. As for Yu Ji, he stood awkwardly in the corner of the restaurant. He didn't know whether to advance or retreat. His heart was filled with bitterness. Even he didn't expect that the young man named Miefan in front of him would be so audacious as to cause havoc in the restaurant. Originally, private fights were not allowed in the Burning Flames restaurant. However, after seeing Zhuowen kick the two wise men and Prince Raven out of the restaurant with a single move, Yu Ji knew that he might have encountered a troublesome person. At that time, if he called out the principal elder and found out that he had neglected such a young talent, he was afraid that he would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, the current Yu Ji was really in a dilemma. Deng deng deng. Suddenly, sharp and clear footsteps came from the stairs. Then, Jiang Liqing with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes led the sword elder to the entrance of the third floor. I didn't expect young Master Jiang to come. What a rare guest. Do you need me to prepare a new table for you? Yu Ji, who originally couldn't find a way out, saw Jiang Liqing at the entrance of the stairs. His eyes lit up as he hurriedly walked in front of Jiang Liqing and spoke respectfully. The instant Jiang Liqing entered the third floor, everyone at the table on this floor burst into an uproar. Jiang Liqing was extremely famous in Burning Sky City and was publicly acknowledged as the #1 person among the younger generation in the hearts of many people. Jiang Liqing waved his hand and said indifferently, "I'm here today to find someone. There's no need to prepare a table." As he spoke, Jiang Liqing walked towards the table by the window where Xia Bingyu and Zhuowen were. A sharp aura gushed out from Jiang Liqing's body. Feeling the sharp aura emitted from Jiang Liqing's body, Yu Ji knew that things weren't going well. He had also heard about Jiang Liqing's love for Xia Bingyu. And now, Xia Bingyu was chatting with a strange man at the table. Even if Jiang Liqing didn't misunderstand this scene, he would still be unable to restrain his anger. "Bingyu, why are you so happy?" Jiang Liqing slowly walked in front of Xia Bingyu and gracefully sat on an empty seat. He ignored Zhuowen and looked at Xia Bingyu with a smile. Xia Bingyu glanced at Jiang Liqing indifferently and said, "It's just some romantic matters. I think that an upright person like young Master Jiang will definitely disdain to talk about such matters." When these words were said, Jiang Liqing's face stiffened, but he quickly recovered. He didn't care about Xia Bingyu's attitude towards him, and smiled as he shifted his gaze to Zhuowen. "I wonder what is the relationship between this brother and Bingyu? If you don't have any relationship with him, you'll attract criticism if you get so close." Hearing Jiang Liqing's somewhat thorny words, Zhuowen laughed it off. Previously, when Jiang Liqing had just entered the third floor, Xia Bingyu had told him about Jiang Liqing's identity, that he was the genius of the Jiang Xian family. Cause criticism. I don't think anyone is criticizing me and Bingyu, right? Instead, it's brother Jiang who is criticizing us in front of me, Zhuowen said indifferently. Jiang Liqing narrowed his eyes, but smiled slightly. He poured a cup of wine and raised it to Zhuowen. As the saying goes, those who come from afar are guests. I, Jiang Liqing, propose a toast to brother. Extinguish. Zhuowen also raised his cup and lightly clinked it with Jiang Liqing's. Dong. However, the moment the two wine cups touched each other, the wine cups exploded, and the wine spilled all over the floor. A powerful saint energy swirled around, and like a venomous snake, it shot towards Zhuowen. There was no doubt that the moment the two touched the wine, Jiang Liqing made his move without warning. Xia Bingyu's beautiful eyes turned slightly, and a seductive smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. However, she did not say anything to stop him, and only watched the scene quietly. Zhuowen was not surprised by Jiang Liqing's move. He slammed his right hand on the table, and immediately, the wine table shattered. Xia Bingyu retreated 10 meters away with her maid, and watched the scene quietly. Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the invading saint energy collapsed. Then, he suddenly took a step forward, and swept towards Jiang Liqing like lightning. Jiang Liqing's starry eyes narrowed. He did not expect Zhuowen's strength to be so strong, to be able to annihilate his saint energy, and still have the strength to counterattack. However, Jiang Liqing was very confident in his own strength. He took a step forward with his right foot, and the shadowless snow steppes was unleashed to the extreme. As soon as he took a step forward, he disappeared without a trace, like smoke, and disappeared in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen sneered. Compared to him, who had mastered the wind thunder sacred rune and the law of the void, Jiang Liqing was just showing off in front of an expert. Zhuowen stomped his foot, and the law of the void appeared like countless tentacles, and the void around him suddenly collapsed. Then, Jiang Liqing, who was using the shadowless snow steppes to attack Zhuowen from behind, had a drastic change in his expression. The collapsed void was like a shackle, and it restrained his rapidly moving figure. Swoosh! The moment Jiang Liqing's figure slowed down, a huge hand that seemed to cover the sky swept over, and slammed heavily in front of Jiang Liqing. The huge hand was simple, and there was not even a trace of the power of law. It did not even have the ordinary saint energy, and this made Jiang Liqing look at it with disdain. Lightning seal. Jiang Liqing snorted coldly, and the law of lightning and seal that he had mastered gathered on his right palm. Then, his right palm suddenly slammed out. Endless thunderbolts formed a magnificent thunderbolt sealing gate in midair and suppressed the giant hand. Jiang Liqing believed that this attack would definitely be able to completely suppress the giant hand, and Mia Fun would probably suffer a lot. Crack! However, what happened in front of him quickly gave Jiang Liqing a tight slap. He saw the huge hand gently press down, and the lightning seal door directly shattered. Then, the huge hand swept in front of him like a bolt of lightning, and suddenly slapped him. Slap! A crisp slap sounded, and Jiang Liqing was directly sent flying by the slap, and the right side of his face was swollen. Young master! This change was so sudden that the silent sword elder did not react in time. When Jiang Liqing was sent flying out of the restaurant, Sword Elder came back to his senses, and took a step forward, wanting to catch up with Jiang Liqing. I say, old man, I think it's best if you don't interfere in the affairs of young people. Loza's sturdy body stood in front of Sword Elder, and he laughed with some bad intentions. Scram! Sword Elder shouted angrily. His right hand had unknowingly taken out a simple long sword, and he suddenly swung it at Lo's. Terrifying sword chi shot out like a hidden weapon, and it was extremely spectacular and exciting. Lo's sneered, and the power of his great success saint body poured out. He punched out, and the air was torn apart. Suddenly, the countless sword lights in front of him were directly destroyed. Although Sword Elder was one of the 7 saints of the Jiang Xian family, and he was an old man who had lived for thousands of years, his cultivation was only at the peak of the profound sage realm. His cultivation had not reached the heaven sage realm, and it was impossible for him to be Loza's opponent. Therefore, Sword Elder let out a muffled groan under this punch, and he repeatedly retreated. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and it was a ghastly sight. At this moment, a group of people had gathered outside the restaurant, and all of them were staring at the figure that flew out of the 3rd floor of the Burning Flames restaurant. It's the young virtuous monarch, Jiang Liqing. Just like the Dark Crow Crown Prince, he was directly thrown out. Who the hell is in the 3rd level, to be able to continuously kick out geniuses like the young virtuous monarch and the Dark Crow Crown Prince? Jiang Liqing fell to the ground, and it caused an uproar in the surroundings. It was fine that Prince Raven was thrown out, but even Jiang Liqing was thrown out so impolitely. It could be seen that the instigator of the 3rd floor was not simple. Scram, don't affect my mood. If you dare to provoke me again, I, Miefun, will kill you regardless of what force you are from. Chapter 1546. Make amends and apologize. The indifferent voice was like thunder. It boomed through the surroundings of the restaurant. Basically, everyone in the restaurant could hear the voice reverberating through the place. Whoosh! The moment this voice slowly sounded, another miserable-looking figure flew out from the third floor of Burning Flame Restaurant, landing heavily near Jiang Liqing. Elder Jian. Jiang Liqing, who was furious and wanted to go up to the third floor of the Burning Flames restaurant, was shocked when he saw the miserable figure in front of him. Although he was angry that he was thrown out, he was not too shocked. However, even Elder Jian was thrown out like trash. Jiang Liqing really had to take Miafan seriously again. Elder Jian, are you alright? Jiang Liqing helped Elder Jian up and said worriedly, Elder Jian, why are you? Elder Jian sheathed his unadorned longsword. His cloudy eyes stared at the third floor of the Burning Flames restaurant solemnly as he said in a deep voice, Young master, let's not provoke this lad anymore. The bald man beside him is not simple. If I'm not mistaken, the bald man is probably at the quintessential saint stage. I'm afraid his strength is not weaker than Lord Jiang Xian. Jiang Liqing's eyes narrowed when he heard that. Lord Jiang Xian was the current patriarch of the Jiang Xian clan. He was extremely talented, and was a peerless genius that suddenly rose after the Jiang Xian clan had declined for 1,000 years. Lord Jiang Xian's cultivation soared, and he finally became a saint. In the past 1,000 years, he had reached the quintessential saint stage. However, Lord Jiang Xian rarely appeared in the world and had always been in seclusion in the clan's forbidden area. Jiang Liqing had never seen Lord Jiang Xian. Elder Jian had lived for even longer than Lord Jiang Xian. When Lord Jiang Xian had not grown up, it was Elder Jian who taught him personally. In the end, Lord Jiang Xian became a heavenly saint. The reason why Jiang Liqing was nicknamed Little Sage King was because he respected King Jiang Xian. Although Jiang Liqing had never seen Lord Jiang Xian, he had heard Elder Jian say that Lord Jiang Xian seemed to be breaking through to the Sun Heaven Saint stage. In other words, Lord Jiang Xian was at least at the peak of the Sun Heaven Saint stage. As for the bald, brawny man beside Miafun, he was compared to King Jiang Xian. It could be seen that the bald, brawny man also had the strength of a heavenly saint. It would be best for our Jiang Xian clan to be friends with these two, not enemies, the Sword Elder said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liqing's heart trembled. Although he was unwilling, he was not an impulsive person. Since the bald man beside Miafun was so terrifying, he knew when to advance and when to retreat. Sword Elder, let's go. In the end, Jiang Liqing let out a soft sigh and left the Burning Flames restaurant with Sword Elder. Jiang Liqing, your woman has been snatched away. Are you just going to ignore it? Prince Raven was also somewhat moved. He did not expect the Sword Elder to be thrown out. It seemed that Miafun was not simple. However, seeing that Jiang Liqing was about to leave with the Sword Elder, Prince Raven couldn't help but speak out. Boom! Before Prince Raven could finish his words, a shadow rushed over like a bolt of lightning and heavily struck in front of Prince Raven. Prince Raven obviously did not expect such an unforeseen event. For a moment, he was at a loss. A dark crow stood in front of him to protect him. Gotcha! However, this dark crow was like a piece of paper and directly shattered. Prince Raven let out a muffled groan and continuously retreated. His gaze was gloomy as he looked at Jiang Liqing, who was stepping on the snow without a shadow. A shadow flashed past and landed on the ground. Jiang Liqing indifferently stared at Prince Raven and said, Yin Yan, your provocation is very stupid. If you feel unhappy, you can go ahead. Don't use this kind of inferior provocation. It will only make me look down on you. After he finished speaking, Jiang Liqing brought the Sword Elder and left the place. Crown Prince, are you all right? The two wise men hurriedly came to Prince Raven's side and asked with concern. I'm fine. Let's go too. Feeling the surrounding people pointing at him, Prince Raven's face was a little embarrassed. First, he was thrown out by Miafun. Now, he was slapped in the face by Jiang Liqing. This was too embarrassing. He simply did not have the face to stay. After Prince Raven left the place, everyone was discussing animatedly. The topic of discussion was naturally Miefun. At the same time, there were also some busybodies who revealed the conflict between Prince Raven and Miefun outside the Burning Sky City. Not many people knew what happened outside the city gate, so most people did not know about Miefun. However, after such a commotion at the Burning Flames restaurant, especially after the little virtuous Prince Jiang Licheng and Prince Raven suffered a great loss at the hands of Miefun, Miefun's name would probably be known by most people. At this moment, the third floor of the restaurant was already empty. After witnessing Zhuo Wen and Liao Xi's terrifying battle prowess, the cultivators at the other tables all left the third floor with their tails between their legs, not daring to stay any longer. Yu Ji, on the other hand, was standing on the side, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He could not sit, nor could he leave. He could only watch as Zhuowen and Xia Bingyu talked about something. Yu Ji had also heard of the Jiang Xian family's Sword Elder. He was a sage at the peak of the profound sage realm. In the eyes of the Burning Flames restaurant, he was definitely a distinguished guest. However, such a peak profound sage was still thrown out of the restaurant like trash by the burly bald man. Yu Ji knew that this time, he had provoked someone he didn't dare to provoke. Therefore, at this moment, he was burning with anxiety and at a loss for what to do. Principal Elder? Yu Ji, who was originally uneasy, did not know when, but when he found that a serious-looking old man had appeared in front of him, he quickly cupped his hands and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, as if he had found his backbone. This elder was wearing a fiery red robe, and his hair was light red. From afar, he looked like a burning flame. At the table, Zhuowen looked at the principal elder, who had suddenly appeared with a faint smile. Previously, when he had a conflict with Prince Raven, he knew that this principal elder had already appeared. However, this principal elder was very clever. He did not immediately come out, but hid in the dark and quietly observed the situation. Now, after Zhuowen had dealt with all the conflicts, this principal elder came out as if he was giving advice after the fact. This made Zhuowen feel quite disapproving. ***. The principal elder did not speak. He raised his right hand and directly slapped Yu Ji. The crisp sound of the slap could be heard clearly in the entire Burning Flames restaurant. Yu Ji was caught off guard and was directly hit. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with his teeth. Then, he suddenly fell to the ground, his cheeks swollen, looking very miserable. "Blind dog, you even dare to neglect young Master Miefun. You really have wasted your dog eyes," the principal elder said coldly. Then, he slowly walked to Zhuowen's table and said politely, "Young Master Miefun, that bastard Yu Ji has eyes but does not recognize Mount Tai. He did not recognize you. Please be magnanimous and don't take offense." Zhuowen smiled and waved his hand. "I did not take this matter to heart. Principal Elder, you don't have to take it to heart." Seeing that Zhuowen did not have any intention of blaming him, the principal elder was relieved. He also let out a sigh of relief in his heart. The principal elder had clearly seen the scene of Lowe's throwing the sword elder out. He dared to conclude that the Lowe's was definitely at the Sky Saint stage. As for which realm he was at, he could not tell. Although the Burning Heaven sect behind the Burning Flames restaurant wasn't afraid of ordinary Sky Saints, he couldn't offend such an expert over such a small matter, right? Moreover, the two of them looked extremely mysterious. Who knew if the force behind them was extremely terrifying? Therefore, he wouldn't offend a martial warriors with a terrifying force behind them over such a small matter. Young Master Miefun is magnanimous. Yu Ji hurriedly crawled over and knelt on the ground, kowtowing with extreme sincerity. He knew that if this Miefun in front of him really didn't spare him, the principal elder would kill him without needing Miefun to do anything. Zhuowen and Xia Bingyu chatted for a while longer. Under the warm attitude of the principal elder and Yu Ji, They were sent out of the Burning Flames restaurant. After sending off Zhuowen, the principal elder let out a sigh of relief. His eyes flickered as he whispered, "Who exactly is this Miefun? With such a terrifying expert by his side, there must be some kind of great force behind him." However, the principal elder racked his brains and couldn't figure out when the southern barbarians had such great strength that they could send a Sky Saint Realm expert as a bodyguard. "Elder, do you think this Miefun comes from some great force in the Central Plains? After all, Sky Saint Realm experts are extremely rare in the southern barbarians. It's even more impossible to send one out as a bodyguard." Yuji poked his head out and carefully said. The principal elder narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "It's possible. However, I need to report this matter to the higher-ups. Perhaps this Miefun is a disciple of some force that the sect master has invited." Along the way, Zhuowen and Xia Bingyu walked side by side. It could be said that they had become the focus of everyone's attention. Xia Bingyu was a peerless beauty. Even though she was disguised as a man, it was still difficult to hide her natural beauty. In particular, Xia Bingyu was surrounded by maids. All of them were natural beauties. It would be strange if they didn't attract the attention of the surrounding people. "Brother Miefun, just wait for my good news. Before the Burning Heaven Sect's World Banquet, I will definitely bring the news to you. Also, you should also have the invitation card of the Burning Heaven Sect's sect master, right?" Xia Bingyu suddenly said with a smile. "Invitation card? Do I need an invitation card to participate in the Burning Heaven Sect's World Banquet?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Xia Bingyu's face stiffened. She stared at Zhuowen in disbelief and said, "You actually don't know about the invitation card? Then why did you come to the Burning Heaven City?" "Of course I came to see the Burning Heaven Sect's Saintess. It is said that the Saintess is a peerless beauty. Who doesn't want to see the Saintess' face?" At this point, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a hint of desire. Chapter 1547. The transaction. Zhuowen didn't mind Xia Bingyu's disdainful words. He smiled and said, "If I don't have an invitation, can I participate in the great banquet of the world?" Xia Bingyu shook her head and said, "Aren't you thinking too much? The southern wilderness is so big. If anyone can participate in the great banquet of the world, this place won't be big enough for everyone to stand. If you don't have an invitation, you won't be able to participate in the great banquet of the world." At this point, Xia Bingyu's beautiful eyes stared mockingly at Zhuowen. Xia Bingyu was happy to see this calm and composed young man suffer a setback. Zhuowen smiled and said, "Young Master Xia, don't you have an invitation? As young Master Xia's friend, it's only right for me to participate in the great banquet of the world with young Master Xia, right?" Xia Bingyu raised her chin and revealed a sly smile. She chuckled and said, "If you want to participate in the great banquet of the world with me, you'll have to be my subordinate. When the time comes, you'll have to listen to everything I say. You can't disobey me in the slightest." At this point, Xia Bingyu moved closer to Zhuowen. She waved her folding fan and placed it in front of Zhuowen's chest. Her beautiful eyes were full of slyness. The slyness on her exquisite face made people have the urge to pinch her cheek. Smack! Zhuowen unceremoniously slapped Xia Bingyu's fragrant buttocks. The latter jumped away like a frightened mouse and shouted angrily at Zhuowen, "What are you doing? Do you want to die?" At this moment, if there was a hole in the ground, Xia Bingyu would definitely crawl into it. This Miefun was too despicable. He had slapped her in that area in front of so many of her maids. Even though Xia Bingyu was a straightforward man, she could not help but blush. This is a supreme grade Great Sage Golden Pill. It can raise your cultivation from the Void Profound Saint Realm to the Nirvana Profound Saint Realm. If you take me to the banquet, then this pill will belong to you." Zhuowen suddenly took out a porcelain bottle and waved his sleeve, setting up an isolation barrier between the two of them. The surrounding cultivators whose cultivation was not as high as Zhuowen's would not know what the two of them were doing, nor would they be able to see the great sage golden core that Zhuowen had taken out. What? A peerless immortal pill, great sage gold pill? Xiaobingyu jumped, her beautiful eyes staring at the porcelain bottle in Zhuowen's hand in disbelief. She had also heard of the great sage golden pill. It was one of the more common types of supreme-grade immortal pills. It was also one of the more widespread supreme-grade immortal pills. It was said that the great sage golden core could raise a profound sage-level sage by a small realm without any side effect. Their 9 saints' heavenly gate had obtained such a great sage golden core in the past, and their sect master had taken it. The effect was indeed as rumored. It could raise a person's cultivation by a small realm. Such a peerless immortal pill was incomparably precious even in their 9 saints' heavenly gate. However, Miefun had taken it out without hesitation, which really shocked Xiaobingyu. Is this really a great sage golden core? You're not lying to me, are you? Xiaobingyu was a little vigilant. The awkwardness just now had already disappeared, and her gaze was attracted by the great sage golden core in front of her. Open it and see for yourself. You'll know once you verify it, Zhuowen said indifferently. Hearing this, Xiaobingyu took the porcelain bottle and opened it a little nervously. Whoosh! A dense medicinal aura burst out, and the image of an immortal-like saint appeared above the porcelain bottle. The surging medicinal aura was like a hurricane, and it soared up as if it wanted to tear apart the surrounding seal. Xiaobingyu hurriedly closed the bottle, and her face was full of surprise. It's really a great sage golden core. Do you intend to make this deal with me? Zhuowen asked with a faint smile. I do. Xiaobingyu nodded repeatedly. The corner of Zhuowen's mouth rose. With a hook of his finger, the porcelain bottle that was originally floating in front of Xiaobingyu suddenly fell into Zhuowen's hand. When you investigate the person I want you to investigate, and when you bring me to the great feast of the world, I will give you the reward. After saying that, Zhuowen left with Lowe's, leaving Xiaobingyu stomping her feet in anger. Time passed day by day. For the next half a month, Zhuowen basically stayed in his room. As time passed, Burning Heaven City became more and more lively. Finally, the liveliness reached its peak on the 15th day. This was because the Burning Heaven sect's sect master, Zhou Tianzong, had set up countless banquets in the vast square in front of the Burning Heaven Hall. It was called the Great Feast of the World. All the forces that received the Burning Heaven sect's invitation were invited to the Burning Heaven Square. Originally, as Zhou Tianzong's territory, the Burning Heaven Hall and the Burning Heaven Square had always been a forbidden area in the Burning Heaven City. Normally, the Burning Heaven sect would not allow other martial warriors to enter. But this time, Zhou Tianzong had set up the Great Feast of the World in the Burning Heaven Square. His intention was self-evident. Zhou Tianzong attached great importance to this marriage, and even used the Burning Heaven Square outside the Burning Heaven Hall as the location of this banquet. Zhuowen, Xiaobingyu is waiting for us outside the guest station. Lowe's lightly knocked on the door and said in a low voice. Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged in the room, softly responded. Then, he opened the door and walked out of the inn with Lowe's. At the entrance of the inn, Xiaobingyu was still the same as before. Behind her were several beautiful maids. She was dressed like a scholar, and her body emitted a scholarly aura. Brother Miefun, today is the day of the great feast of the world. Follow my 9 saints' heavenly gate into the Burning Heaven Square. Also, regarding the person you want to inquire about, I have also helped you inquire about it in the sect. There are really old fellows in the sect who know about her. Xiaobingyu slowly walked in front of Zhuowen, opened her folding fan, and gently fanned herself with the appearance of an elegant young master. At the same time, she handed a jade strip to Zhuowen and said, "The information you want to know is in here. Also, if you follow this young master, entering the Burning Heaven Square won't be a problem." Zhuowen took the jade strip and immediately checked the contents of the jade strip. However, he frowned slightly and said, Are you sure that the information recorded in this jade strip won't be wrong? Xiaobingyu waved her hand and said, Don't worry. That old fellow has the title of all-knowing scholar in our sect. Generally, the information that he can obtain will not be too far off. At this point, Xiaobingyu giggled and said, I have already done what you asked me to do. What about the reward? Zhuowen nodded slightly. With a wave of his right hand, he once again created an isolation barrier between the two of them. Then, he took out a profound saint artifact and 10 superior-grade immortal pills from his spirit ring. These 2 items were the reward for the information that he had previously promised. Xiaobingyu was like a little money grubber as she accepted the profound saint artifact and the 10 superior-grade immortal pills. At the same time, her eyes once again fell on Zhuowen and said, Where is my great saint gold core? Zhuowen shrugged and said, That thing will not be left out. With that, Zhuowen took out the great saint gold core and handed it to Xiaobingyu. The latter exclaimed in surprise as her eyes lit up. She held the great saint gold core in her hand and smiled foolishly. But Zhuowen slapped the back of Xiaobingyu's head. The latter was so frightened that she almost dropped the great saint gold core in her hand. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and hurriedly grabbed the great saint gold core in her arms. She glared at Zhuowen and said, What are you doing? Since you have received the reward, why aren't you taking me to the burning heaven square? Do you want me to spank you again? Zhuowen said indifferently. Hearing this, Xiaobingyu's pretty face immediately turned red. She said coquettishly, You pervert! Release the restriction and I'll take you there. After Zhuowen released the restriction, Xiaobingyu angrily led the way in front. However, her cheeks were still red. The maidservants behind her stared at Xiaobingyu in surprise and said, Young master, what's wrong with you? Did something happen in the restriction just now? Xiaobingyu staggered and almost fell. She shouted at the maidservants, What nonsense are you talking about? Quickly follow me to the burning heaven square. Master, martial uncle, and the others are waiting anxiously there. Seeing Xiaobingyu's guilty look, Zhuowen smiled knowingly and called Lowe's to follow behind them. At this moment, Burning Heaven City was bustling with people. It was many times more lively than when Zhuowen and Lowe's had just entered Burning Heaven City. It was almost crowded. However, it was a good thing that most of the warriors in Burning Heaven City recognized Xiaobingyu's identity. Therefore, when Xiaobingyu walked over, most of the warriors consciously made way for her. Junior sister, I've finally found you. Quickly come up. A clear and melodious voice rang out, and a rather large treasure boat appeared in the sky above the street. The surface of the treasure boat was colorful and filled with jewels. Wherever it passed, the sound of waves could be heard. It was as if the treasure boat was not floating in the air, but in the vast and boundless sea. On the treasure boat, there were many figures with powerful auras. At a glance, one could tell that the warriors on the treasure boat were extraordinary. The one who greeted Xiaobingyu was a young man with a sword on his back, standing at the front of the treasure boat. The young man's clothes were whiter than snow. He was gentle and elegant and looked very good when he smiled. At this moment, he was smiling at Xiaobingyu. It's the treasure boat of the 9 Saints' Heavenly Gate. Many people in the surroundings recognized the treasure boat and consciously made way, not daring to get too close. Xiaobingyu naturally stepped into the treasure boat with the servant girl. Then, she called out to Zhuowen, Brother Miefan, why aren't you coming up? Zhuowen nodded slightly and jumped onto the treasure boat without hesitation. Brother Miefan, this treasure boat is filled with our 9 Saints' Heavenly Gates' senior brothers and sisters. There are also masters and uncles. You probably don't know them, but they all know you. Xiaobingyu said rather playfully. I'm Han Yu, Bingyu's senior brother. Brother Miefan, I've heard of your name before. There aren't many people in the southern wilderness who can make Prince Raven and Jiang Liqing suffer at the same time. You're one of them. The young man in snow-white clothes slowly walked in front of Zhuowen and cupped his hands together in a rather friendly manner. Regarding the matter of Miefan, Most people in Burning Sky City had heard of it. Han Yu had also heard of it, and there was a trace of closeness in his tone. Chapter 1548. King Jiang Xianxiabingyu had told everyone in the Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate about Miefun. Of course, she didn't tell anyone about Zhuowen's reward. She had only told her master, the Empyrean sage, about bringing Zhuowen into the Burning Sky Plaza. The Empyrean sage had naturally agreed. After all, the strength that Miefun had displayed was enough to make the Empyrean sage want to build a good relationship with someone like that. You must be Miefun? Thank you for taking care of Bingyu. I am the sect master of the Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate, the Empyrean sage. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance slowly walked over. He had a purple-gold crown on his head, and his eyes were as bright as the stars. This middle-aged man was the sect master of the Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate, the Empyrean sage. The Empyrean sage had a smile on his face as he stared at Zhuowen. His actions were quite friendly. Zhuowen was stunned by the Empyrean sage's words. He hadn't expected the Empyrean sage to say something like that. It seemed that he had never taken care of Xiabingyu before. Instead, he had asked Xiabingyu to do many things for him. However, looking at the Empyrean sage's expression, Zhuowen knew that the Empyrean sage was trying to get close to him. It was likely that the conflict between him and Prince Raven and Jiang Liqing had already spread throughout the Burning Sky City. Therefore, the Empyrean sage might have realized that he was extraordinary, which was why he was trying to get close to him. When the Empyrean sage spoke to Zhuowen, he would look at Lowes, who was standing beside Zhuowen, with some fear in his eyes. The Empyrean sage didn't keep his news a secret. It was said that during the conflict at the Burning Flames restaurant, this burly man called Lowes had even thrown the sword elder of the Jiangxian clan out of the restaurant like trash. The Empyrean saint guessed that Lowes was a heavenly saint after all. Even the Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate wouldn't dare to provoke an expert of this level. It was precisely because he was wary of Lowes that the Empyrean sage was so friendly with the young man in front of him. To be protected by such an expert, this young man must have an extraordinary background. I wonder where young Master Miefun learned from? Who is your master? Empyrean sage suddenly asked. I'm just a wandering cloud and a wild crane. I don't have a master. Zhuowen replied indifferently. The Empyrean saint's face stiffened. He knew that Zhuowen didn't want to reveal his family's background, so he didn't pursue the matter. Whoosh, whoosh. The moment the Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate's treasure boat took off, rays of light also swept out from various parts of Burning Sky City. Treasure boats flew, strange birds flew, long swords slashed the sky, and ferocious beasts roared. In any case, there were all kinds of mounts flying high into the sky. Of course, the purpose of these mounts was surprisingly the same. They were all flying towards the center of Burning Sky City, which was the Burning Sky Plaza, where the Burning Sky Hall was located. Look, that's the Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate's treasure boat. When the Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate's treasure boat flew to the entrance of the plaza, it immediately attracted the envious gazes of the surrounding cultivators. Afterward, the Empyrean saint led the crowd down the treasure boat. Under the respectful lead of a Burning Heaven sect disciple, they entered the Burning Sky Plaza. The Burning Sky Plaza was extremely large. At this moment, there were rows of tables arranged one after another. Moreover, these weren't ordinary tables. Each table occupied an area of 200 to 300 square meters. This kind of table was in the shape of an arc, extending to both sides. It was more than enough to accommodate dozens of people, and it was completely capable of accommodating the disciples brought by those big forces. After the Burning Heaven sect disciple led the Nine Saints' Heavenly Gates group to a table near the edge of the plaza, he respectfully retreated. During this period, the mounts of the other major forces flew into the plaza from time to time. The Burning Heaven sect's disciples, who were already waiting at the entrance, led them to their seats in the plaza. Of course, these major forces weren't as famous as the Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate. Therefore, they didn't cause a huge commotion. The Dark Crow sect. The Dark Crow sect has also arrived. After a short while, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became much more lively. Soon after, a huge black shadow flew over from the horizon. When the black shadow flew closer, the crowd finally saw the true appearance of the black shadow. It was actually a black crow that was hundreds of feet long. On the back of the black crow, there were figures dressed in black robes. These figures' black robes were undoubtedly embroidered with the pattern of the Dark Crow sect. This was the unique symbol of the Dark Crow sect. Standing at the front of the black crow was a man wearing a black crow mask. However, due to the mask, the crowd couldn't see the man's true appearance clearly. However, the warriors below recognized the man wearing the black crow mask. He was the sect master of the Dark Crow sect, Yin Wu Shui. He was an extremely mysterious and powerful saint. In the beginning, the Dark Crow sect wasn't very famous. However, in the hands of Yin Wu Shui, it only took him 100 years to make the Dark Crow sect a famous sect in the southern barbarian capital. Zhuowen slowly raised his head and looked at Yin Wu Shui. The aura on Yin Wu Shui's body was very obscure. It seemed that he had used some kind of concealment technique to hide his cultivation and aura. Standing behind Yin Wu Shui was Prince Raven. At this moment, Prince Raven slowly turned his head and glanced at the table where the Nine Saints' heavenly gate was located. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and the aura in his body suddenly became somewhat violent. Yin Yen, what's wrong? Yin Wu Shui also felt the abnormality behind him. He turned his head slightly and asked in an indifferent voice. Prince Raven took a deep breath and said respectfully, Sect Master, I mentioned Miafun to you before. You should know that Miafun is now in the Nine Saints' heavenly gate. Yin Wu Shui was startled. He turned his head slightly and looked at the table where the Nine Saints' heavenly gate was located. His pair of emotionless and cold eyes stared at Zhuowen. His gray pupils were like that of a poisonous snake looking at its prey. It was extremely vicious. Zhuowen was awe-inspiring and fearless. He looked straight at Yin Wu Shui's emotionless and cold eyes. His face was calm and composed. What an interesting little fellow. I wonder if this little fellow will still be able to remain so calm when I dig out its heart? Yin Wu Shui smiled coldly. The corners of his mouth curled up in a chilling arc. Many of the disciples of the Dark Crow sect behind him were shocked. Although Yin Wu Shui was the sect master of the Dark Crow sect, he was cruel and merciless. Moreover, he liked to use perverted torture to deal with disobedient disciples. Some disciples even chose to commit suicide because they could not stand Yin Wu Shui's torture. It could be said that the disciples of the Dark Crow sect feared Yin Wu Shui more than they respected him. Zhuowen, it seems like Yin Wu Shui has his eyes on you. You have to be careful. Yin Wu Shui is a pervert who eats people without spitting out their bones. Xia Bingyu whispered to Zhuowen. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disgust as she looked at Yin Wu Shui's direction. I naturally know about this, Zhuowen said with a smile. Looking at Zhuowen's appearance, Xia Bingyu shook her head. She knew that Zhuowen did not listen to her words. However, she did not say anything when she thought about how powerful Zhuowen and Lo's were. Although Yin Wu Shui was powerful, the mysterious young man in front of her was not an easy nut to crack. After the Dark Crow sect had arrived at the Burning Sky Square, the group that followed behind them made many of the warriors go crazy. It's the Jiang Xian family. Look, isn't that Prince Jiang Xian? He is a legendary figure. It is said that he has been in seclusion in the Jiang Xian family for a long time. It seems like the Burning Heaven sect has a lot of face. A long rainbow flashed across the sky and formed a long bridge. On the other side of the long bridge, a group of people slowly walked over. This group of people seemed to be walking slowly. However, it was as if they were teleporting. Step by step, they quickly approached the Burning Heaven Square. At the front of this group of people, there was a middle-aged man with a tall crown on his head. He was wearing a feathered robe. This middle-aged man had a sword on his waist. His whole person was like a noble in the secular world. His temperament was very high. The little virtuous King Jiang Liqing, as well as the silent sword elder, silently followed behind King Jiang Xian. Coincidentally, the Jiang Xian family's seat was right next to the Nine-Saint Heavenly Gate. The two seats were only inches apart. When Prince Jiang Xian led the Jiang Xian family to the Nine-Saint Heavenly Gate seat, he stopped and cupped his hands at the Saint of Tianyu. "Brother Tianyu, we haven't seen each other for hundreds of years. How have you been?" The Saint of Tianyu had already stood up and said cheerfully, "It's the same as usual. However, I see that Brother Jiang Xian's complexion is as red as jade. I'm afraid that you have gained something from your seclusion in the past 1,000 years?" At this moment, the Saint of Tianyu's eyes flickered. He seemed to be probing. In the past, Prince Jiang Xian was extremely outstanding. His cultivation had been soaring and his strength had even surpassed the Saint of Tianyu. He had reached the peak of the Yin Sky Saint realm. Nearly 1,000 years ago, Prince Jiang Xian had gone into seclusion in order to break through the shackles and reach the Yang Sky Saint realm. However, the Saint of Tianyu could not see through Prince Jiang Xian's aura. He knew that Prince Jiang Xian might have gained something. "I'm not that talented, but I did gain something." Prince Jiang Xian laughed. The Saint of Tianyu's eyes narrowed. In the end, he smiled and said, as expected of the most brilliant genius in the history of the Jiang Xian family, "Brother Jiang Xian is worthy of this title. I admire you. Brother Tianyu, you're too humble. If you weren't worried about the sect affairs, you could have broken through the shackles of so many years like me," Prince Jiang Xian said humbly. The Saint of Tianyu waved his hand and smiled bitterly. "Brother Jiang Xian, you must be joking. In terms of talent, I'm far inferior to you." Prince Jiang Xian smiled noncommittally. Then, his gaze fell on Zhuowen and Loz, who were sitting at the side of the Nine-Saint Heavenly Gate seat. The smile on his face faded. "You're called Miafun, right? I've heard about you. You were able to defeat Liqing at such a young age. Your strength and talent are indisputable." Chapter 1549. Jade slip message. Of course, if you think you can do whatever you want just because you have the support of a strong cultivator, I advise you to give up on that thought. It's better for the younger generation to be respectful and follow the Tao. After King Jiang Xian finished speaking, he lifted his foot and planned to walk to the side of the seats. "King Jiang Xian, are we related?" An indifferent voice sounded out. Immediately, King Jiang Xian's foot stiffened. He turned his head and looked at Zhuowen. "Indeed, we are not related, but," King Jiang Xian slowly said. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zhuowen. "Since we are not related, do you have the right to lecture me? Do you think you have the right to lecture me just because you broke through the shackles and reached the Sun Sky Saint stage? I think you are the one who thinks you are infallible. Do you think you are the best in the world after you broke through?" At this point, Zhuowen looked at Jiang Xian indifferently and continued, "Little did you know that in my eyes, you are nothing but a joke." The moment those words came out, both the Jiang Xian clan and the Nine Saints Heavenly Gate fell into silence as everyone stared blankly at Zhuowen. No one would have thought that the young man called Mia Fun would dare to refute King Jiang Xian. He was so bold that it was shocking. "Brother Mia Fun, are you crazy?" Xiaobingyu quickly grabbed Zhuowen's arm, trying to pull him back and stop Zhuowen from continuing. However, the moment she tried to pull Zhuowen, Xiaobingyu was shocked to find that Zhuowen was as immovable as a mountain. No matter how hard she tried to pull him, the latter did not budge at all. "Miafun, you are too presumptuous. How dare you speak so rudely? Kneel down and apologize immediately." King Jiang Liqing stepped forward and stared coldly at Zhuowen. His tone was extremely unfriendly. King Jiang Xian was the head of the Jiang Xian clan and Jiang Liqing's idol when he was young. Now that Zhuowen was slandering King Jiang Xian in front of him, How could Jiang Liqing endure it? However, King Jiang Xianwang waved his hand to stop Jiang Liqing. He looked deeply at Zhuowen and said, "You are indeed arrogant enough. I wonder if you have the qualifications to be arrogant?" Zhuowen didn't say anything, but Lo stood in front of King Jiang Xian. His tower-like body was like a pillar that connected the heavens and the earth as he looked down at King Jiang Xian. "You don't have to worry about that. Mie Fen naturally has the right to be arrogant. If you don't like it, we can exchange blows." Lo's grinned and slowly clenched his fists. The space around his palms crackled, as if it had completely collapsed. It was an extremely frightening sight. Looking at this scene, King Jiang Xian's eyes slowly narrowed, revealing a trace of caution. "Today is a joyous occasion for the Burning Heaven sect. The two of you don't have to be so serious, right?" Tianyu Sage hurriedly mediated. "Brother Tianyu is right. Today is a joyous occasion for the Burning Heaven sect. Fenju, let's have a good talk next time." King Jiang Xian smiled faintly and immediately led the disciples of the Jiang Xian clan to the side seats. Just now, King Jiang Xian seemed to have some conflict with Mie Fen. Unfortunately, there was no conflict between the two. Not far from the seats of the Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate, Yin Wuxue gloomily watched the scene that had just happened and said indifferently. Prince Raven, who was sitting beside Yin Wuxue, also revealed a trace of pity on his face. Later, when the great feast of the world begins, Zhou Tianzong will bring out the burning heaven and boiling sea. This will be of great help to your cultivation. You have to make good use of it, Yin Wuxue suddenly said to Prince Raven. Prince Raven's eyes narrowed and said, "Burning heaven and boiling sea? I remember that the Burning Heaven sect hasn't burned the sky and boiling sea for a long time, right? This time, they are going to burn the sky and boiling sea again. This will consume a lot of energy and resources, right?" Hehe, do you think that old man Zhou Tianzong brought out the burning heaven and boiling sea for the major forces of the southern barbarian lands? You are wrong. This burning heaven and boiling sea is most likely prepared for the young palace master of the Snow Palace, Bathing Zhe. Yin Wushue's gaze was indifferent as he continued. It is said that Bathing Zhe has the bloodline of the Black Tortoise. He is extremely talented and his strength is terrifying. He is only 30 years old, but his cultivation is already at the peak of the profound sage realm. He is a rare genius of the Snow Palace. I don't need to explain the effects of the burning heaven and boiling sea in detail. This thing is prepared for Bathing Zhe to break through to the Heaven Sage realm. However, if you don't compete with him, you can still drink a cup of soup later. Hearing this, Prince Raven revealed a look of amazement. He was also shocked by Bathing Zhe's talent. He was only 30 years old, but he was already at the peak of the profound sage realm. Coupled with the bloodline of the Black Tortoise, he probably had the strength of a heavenly Yin Sage realm expert. He was definitely a monstrous genius. A monstrous genius like Bathing Zhe could be called a monstrous genius even in the central barbarian lands. It is said that the Holy Maiden of the Burning Heaven sect has the bloodline of the Phoenix. Wouldn't that make her as monstrous as Bathing Zhe? Prince Raven asked. He only knew that the Burning Heaven sect had a Holy Maiden, but that Holy Maiden was extremely mysterious and rarely seen. He also didn't know the specific cultivation realm of that Holy Maiden. The Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden is called Mu Chenxue. It is said that she had been training in the eastern barbarian lands for some time and was only recently brought back by the Burning Heaven sect. As for the specific situation, I am not particularly clear, Yin Wuxue said indifferently. Prince Raven nodded slightly and didn't continue to ask. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More and more teams from the major forces entered the Burning Heaven Square. The originally empty square was now crowded with people, bustling with activity. In the seats of the Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate, Zhuowen silently sat at the back, looking down at his right hand. At this moment there was a crystal-clear jade slip in his hand. Quietly staring at the jade slip in his hand, Zhuowen fell into deep thought. His brows furrowed slightly, as if he had encountered some kind of problem. Is this person very important to you? Suddenly, Xiaobingyu sat next to Zhuowen. Looking at Zhuowen's thoughtful appearance, she couldn't help but ask. Zhuowen glanced at Xiaobingyu and finally nodded slightly. Very important. She is an extremely important person in my life. She is also the person I have been thinking about day and night for more than 20 years. Hearing Zhuowen's dreamlike words, Xiaobingyu's beautiful eyes dimmed a little. However, she quickly forced herself to be calm. With a wave of her folding fan, she pressed it against Zhuowen's chest and smiled. This is the first time I've seen such a heavy expression on your face. Cheer up. Zhuowen smiled and slowly moved Xiaobingyu's folding fan away. I have some matters to attend to. I will be back in a while. Looking at Zhuowen's departing figure, Xiaobingyu was stunned. She didn't know why, but she really didn't want Zhuowen to leave. It was as if she would never see him again once Zhuowen left. What's wrong with me? Xiaobingyu wiped the corner of her eyes and couldn't help but ask. In a corner far away from the burning sky plaza, there were very few people here. There were almost no cultivators here. Zhuowen pointed at the void and created an isolation restriction around him. Then, he took out the blue dragon token and summoned 4 figures. Zhuowen. These 4 people looked at Zhuowen with grave expressions. These 4 people were none other than Long Xiaotian, Yanji, Jiang Xian, and Wen Bai. Among these 4 people, Long Xiaotian and Yanji were both at the Sky In Saint stage, while Jiang Xian and Wen Bai were both at the Glimpse Profound Saint stage. Their strength was extraordinary. Father, have you seen the information in the jade slip? Zhuowen waved his right hand and handed the jade slip to Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian nodded cautiously and said in a deep voice, Shi Yao is in the Burning Flame Pool on the top floor of the Burning Flame Tower. Father, you once said that you would bring Mother back personally. I know you will do it personally. I believe you this time. Zhuowen walked in front of Long Xiaotian and patted Long Xiaotian's shoulder heavily. Thousands of words were finally explained by this palm. Haha, believe in your father. I once said that I would bring Shi Yao back personally. I will do what I say. Long Xiaotian laughed heartily. Then, he looked at Zhuowen and said, Zhuowen, be careful. I know you will bring that girl Chen Shui back. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth raised slightly and he said with a smile, Of course. I will bring Chen Shui back personally. After saying this, Zhuowen looked at Yanji, Jiang Xian, and Wen Bai. He bowed and said cautiously, Martial granduncles, I'll have to trouble you this time. Yanji and the other 2 helped Zhuowen up and waved their hands. Zhuowen, you don't need to say this to us. Speaking of which, us 3 old fellows have benefited a lot from your Azure Dragon Hall. This time, we came out to help Brother Xiaotian. Naturally, we won't decline our responsibility. Yanji and the other 2 stayed in the Azure Dragon Hall. Not only did they enjoy the benefits of the flow of time, but Zhuowen also took out immortal pills from time to time for them to use for cultivation. Moreover, Zhuowen also took out 2 profound sacred artifacts and 1 Yang Sky sacred artifact and gave them to Yanji and the other 2. After receiving so many benefits from Zhuowen, Yanji and the other 2 were actually quite embarrassed. At the same time, they also felt that following Zhuowen to the southern wilderness was worth it. Old Yan, let's go. Also, Zhuowen, you must be careful. Most of the experts of the Burning Heaven sect are probably gathered in the Burning Heaven Plaza. Don't be reckless in everything. Long Xiaotian looked deeply at Zhuowen. Finally, he took Yanji and the other 2 and quietly left the place. They rushed towards the Burning Flame Tower on the other side of the Burning Heaven Plaza. Because today was a joyous occasion for the Burning Heaven sect, the defense of the Burning Flame Tower was not as strict as usual. Zhuowen knew that now was the best time to let Long Xiaotian go to the Burning Flame Tower. Zhuowen withdrew his gaze and immediately left the place. Miefun, where did you go just now? You were gone for so long? When Zhuowen returned to his seat, Xiaobingyu suddenly came up to him. Her beautiful eyes contained a trace of relief, as if she had breathed a sigh of relief when Zhuowen returned. "I just went out for a stroll," Zhuowen said with a smile. Zhuowen's appearance caused Xia Bingyu to be extremely suspicious. However, she did not ask about it. Whoosh! Chapter 1550. Tiger Collapsing Mountain Boom. A terrifying rumbling sound that was like the 9 heavens profound thunder exploded in the sky. It was as if the entire burning heaven city was undergoing a terrifying lightning tribulation at this moment. Amidst the terrifying ear-piercing sound, a tiger's roar could be faintly heard. It was as if the Tiger King had descended from the mountain and was displaying his domineering aura. Everyone raised their heads and saw a huge white tiger silhouette leaping out of the void from the depths of the sky. The huge tiger claw stepped on the void, and wherever it passed, it would cause an extremely terrifying collapse of space. Due to the collapsing force, countless black holes formed in the surroundings. The white tiger illusionary figure instantly rushed to the sky above the burning sky square. A frightening storm that soared to the sky swept across the horizon, causing the spectating martial artists around the burning sky square to involuntarily retreat. Awo! The white tiger landed at the entrance of the burning heaven plaza and roared towards the sky, stimulating the eardrums of countless martial warriors. Soon after, it collapsed into countless specks of light. After the specks of light dissipated, a group of figures appeared. The person in the lead was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He wore a white robe and had a youthful complexion. Although the old man had white hair, his complexion was rosy and he looked like a robust man in his 30s. "Where's Zhou Tianzong? My fierce tiger sect rushed over from the western region. Why didn't Zhou Tianzong come out to welcome us?" The white-robed old man with white hair and a youthful complexion shouted with a rough voice. His voice was like thunder as it exploded in the entire burning heaven plaza. "It's actually the overlord of the western region, the fierce tiger sect. I never thought that the burning heaven sect would invite the fierce tiger sect over." Hearing the white-robed old man's words, the surrounding people all revealed surprised expressions. Soon after, an uproar was set off. The position of the fierce tiger sect in the western region was equivalent to the position of the burning heaven sect in the southern barbarian region. They were powerful overlords of a region. "Brother Tiger, it's been many years since we last met. How have you been?" A hearty voice sounded out. Soon after, a slender figure walked out from the depths of the burning heaven hall. It was the sect master of the burning heaven sect, Zhou Tianzong. At this moment, Zhou Tianzong was wearing a purple robe. The surface of the robe was burning with a strange purple flame. Following behind Zhou Tianzong were the 18 black flame envoys. Zhou Tianzong had a carefree smile on his face. With a flash of purple flames, he appeared in front of the white-robed old man as if he had teleported. Zhou Tianzong's speed was too fast. No one could even see his figure. They could only see the sparks of the purple flames as he passed by. This white-robed old man was the sect leader of the ferocious tiger sect. His name was Hu Bengshan. At this moment, the corner of Hu Bengshan's mouth curled up as he smiled. "Thanks to you, I trust you have been well since we last met." Zhou Tianzong nodded slightly and looked behind Hu Collapsing Mountain. There was a young man with a body as sturdy as a tiger. He smiled and said, "This must be the young lord of the ferocious tiger sect, Hu Lai, right? To be able to cultivate to the peak of the profound sage realm at such a young age is truly commendable." Hu Lai was 12 feet tall, and he looked like a small mountain. His skin was like bronze, and it emitted a white light. On his firm cheeks, there was a tiger-shaped imprint. His entire person looked like a fierce tiger. "Uncle Zhou is overpraising me. Speaking of which, where is that kid Yenruhua? That kid's cultivation wasn't weak even before he became a saint. I wonder how his cultivation is now? I can have a good spar with him," Hu Lai said with a grin. Zhou Tianzong's face stiffened, and he said indifferently, "Ruhua has some matters to attend to and isn't in the sect. If you want to spar with him, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. There weren't many people in the burning heaven city who knew about Yen Ruhua's death. This matter wasn't something to be proud of, so Zhou Tianzong naturally couldn't announce that Yen Ruhua had been killed. The death of the dignified holy son of the burning heaven sect was an extremely shameful matter. Zhou Tianzong wouldn't announce such a shameful matter. Hu Lai shrugged and whispered in surprise, "Is that so? That's really a pity." Zhou Tianzong smiled and said, "Come with me, ferocious tiger sect. I've already prepared your seats in the burning heaven hall." Hu Hanzhan nodded, and followed Zhou Tianzong to the burning heaven hall. Without a doubt, the ferocious tiger sect's seat was one of the best in the burning heaven plaza. Whether it was the area or the decorations, it was much better than the seats of the other factions. Moreover, it was located in the best location. If the other faction's seats were ordinary seats, then the ferocious tiger sect's seat was a VIP seat. However, the other factions didn't feel anything wrong. As the overlord of the western region, the ferocious tiger sect's background wasn't necessarily inferior to the burning heaven sect. It was natural for Zhou Tianzong to treat them as VIP. Sect Master Zhou, I've heard that the burning heaven sect's holy daughter possesses the phoenix bloodline. She's devastatingly beautiful and peerless. Why hasn't the holy daughter come out? Hu Lai couldn't help but ask curiously the moment he sat down. The ferocious tiger sect didn't really like the marriage between the Snow Palace and the burning heaven sect. After all, the burning heaven sect and the Snow Palace were both overlords of their respective regions. The marriage between the two would definitely threaten the ferocious tiger sect. Chen Shui will naturally come out later. Nephew, there's no need to be too anxious, Zhou Tianzong said with a smile. Hearing this, Hu Lai didn't ask any further. Hu Benshan, who was beside him, cupped his hands and said, "Brother Zhou, since you've invited my ferocious tiger sect, then you should have invited that fellow, Sapphire Shore, right?" Zhou Tianzong shook his head and said, "I didn't invite the Blue Dragon Hall. Brother Tiger probably doesn't know about the matters of the Eastern Lands, right?" What happened in the Eastern Lands? Hu Benshan asked curiously. The Eastern Lands has changed hands. The Blue Dragon Hall has been destroyed. Zhou Tianzong softly spat out these words, but it made Hu Benshan reveal a stunned expression. Soon after, he said in disbelief, "The Blue Dragon Hall has been destroyed? How is that possible? Although the Blue Dragon Hall is the weakest force in the 4 major regions, it's still an overlord force in the Eastern Lands. I'm afraid there's no force in the Eastern Lands that can threaten the Blue Dragon Hall, right? You should be familiar with that force. It's called Ryuka," Zhou Tianzong said indifferently. Ryuka? Could it be that Ryuka from 10,000 years ago? I heard that the Blue Dragon Hall has been hunting down the descendants of Ryuka for the past 10,000 years, killing them all. It should be because the Ryuka has become a thing of the past. How could they overthrow the Blue Dragon Hall that's at its peak? Hu Benshan couldn't help but be shocked. He naturally knew about the Ryuka, but it was a force that had been annihilated in the river of history. 10,000 years later, it actually rose again and overthrew the Blue Dragon Hall. This was truly unbelievable. Perhaps Brother Tiger doesn't know? A peerless genius appeared among the descendants of the Ryuka. His name is Zhuowen, and he is known as Long One in Ryuka. This child had a heaven-defying opportunity and obtained an immortal sacred artifact. It was with that immortal sacred artifact that he gathered the descendants of the Ryuka and strengthened them. In the end, he overthrew the Blue Dragon Hall. Zhou Tianzong sighed. At this moment, both Hu Benshan and Hu Lai were moved, especially Hu Benshan. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Immortal sacred artifact? How is that possible?" Long Wen's opportunity is so heaven-defying that he actually obtained a supreme treasure like an immortal sacred artifact? Zhou Tianzong glanced at Hu Benshan and suddenly said, "The Blue Dragon Hall is one of the overlords of the 4 major regions after all. It has a good relationship with the southern barbarian, the western regions, and the northern regions. We don't disturb each other. However, now that the Blue Dragon Hall has been destroyed, this is a provocation to our 4 major regions. I believe Brother Tiger also has the same idea, right? Zhou Tianzong said indifferently. Oh? Brother Zhou, what do you mean? Hu Benshan narrowed his eyes. To conquer the eastern lands and give an explanation to the destroyed Blue Dragon Hall, as well as to ensure that the dignity of our 4 major regions cannot be blasphemed, the Snow Palace has already decided to unite with my Burning Heaven sect. After this marriage, we will go to the eastern lands to conquer the Ryuka. I believe the Fierce Tiger sect won't mind going with us, right? At this point, Zhou Tianzong stared at Hu Benshan with a trace of a smile on his face. He knew that even Hu Benshan couldn't help but be attracted to a supreme treasure like an immortal sacred artifact. Hu Benshan narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment before he said with a smile, Brother Zhou is right. The Ryuka is already history. The true master of the eastern lands should be the Blue Dragon Hall. The Ryuka has risen from the ashes. It's really hateful. I, Hu Benshan, will naturally not shirk my responsibility to go with Brother Zhou to conquer the Ryuka. With Brother Tiger's help, it's like adding wings to a tiger. After this marriage, let's go to the eastern lands together. At that time, we will let the Ryuka know that there are some things that can't be replaced by his misdeed. We will definitely clear the Blue Dragon Hall's name. Zhou Tianzong laughed. Of course, as for the details, let's wait for Sister Jibai to arrive, Zhou Tianzong said as he looked at the horizon. At some point in time, dense white snow had begun to fall from the sky. Suddenly, the Burning Heaven City, which was burning with monstrous flames, was covered in snow. This strange scene immediately attracted the attention of many people. What's going on? There is no snow in the Burning Heaven City all year round. Why is there such an abnormal snowfall today? Snowflakes fell from the sky and landed on the flames of the Burning Heaven City. However, they were not melted by the high temperature of the flames. Instead, they piled up on the streets, on the roofs, and on the water surface. At this moment, the Burning Heaven City was covered in snow. At this moment, the Burning Heaven City formed a dreamlike scenery. Many women revealed infatuated expressions when they saw this scene. Even the men could not help but stop and watch, admiring this unconcealable scene. The Snow Palace is coming, Zhou Tianzong muttered as he looked at the horizon. Hu Benshan also looked at the same direction. There, an ice carriage carved out of ice and snow was walking through the air. At the front of the ice carriage, there were 4 crystal-clear ice horses. The sound of horse hooves resounded throughout the sky. At this moment, the ice and snow became thicker. Whoosh! The speed of the ice carriage was extremely fast. It walked through the air and arrived above the Burning Heaven Square like lightning. The area of the ice carriage was huge. The shape of the ice carriage was like a hexagonal pavilion. The 4 sides were covered by gauze. It swayed with the wind and snowflakes whistled. Chapter 1551. Burning the Sky and Boiling the Sea. The woman looked to be in her late 20s. She had white eyebrows and white hair. Her eyes were icy blue, and her delicate face was like a piece of black ice that had not melted for 10,000 years. She exuded a cold and unapproachable aura. What a cold woman! In the seats of the 9 Saints' heavenly gate, Zhuowen raised his head and stared at the beauty in a long dress at the front of the ice carriage. He was surprised. The woman exuded a cold aura. Even when Zhuowen looked at her from afar, he could feel a chill in his heart. He knew that it was the woman's unique temperament that made him feel that way. She is the palace master of the Snow Palace, Yuan Jibai. She is as cold as ice and unapproachable. She is a heavenly saint expert at the same level as the sect leader of the Burning Heaven sect and the sect leader of the Ferocious Tiger sect. Xiaobingyu walked slowly to Zhuowen's side. When she saw that Zhuowen was paying attention to Yuan Jibai on the ice carriage, she opened her folding fan and introduced her to him. Then, the young man behind Yuan Jibai should be the young palace master of the Snow Palace, Xiaozhe? Zhuowen stared at the slender young man behind Yuan Jibai. The young man's white hair was like needles, standing straight up like icicles hanging down from the top of an ice cave. His eyes were as white as frost, and they were filled with coldness and indifference. The young man was as tall as a pine tree, standing behind Yuan Jibai. He carried a large, crystal-clear halberd on his back. The large halberd was snow-white, as if it was made of ice and snow. He stood there, surrounded by countless ice and snow. If one took a closer look, one could vaguely see the shadow of a black tortoise floating in the surrounding ice and snow. Without a doubt, the handsome young man was none other than the young palace master of the Snow Palace, Xiaozhe. Yes, that is indeed Xiaozhe. It is said that he has the bloodline of the black tortoise. It is rumored in the Burning Heaven City that Xiaozhe and the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect, Mu Chenxue, are a match made in heaven. The former has the bloodline of the black tortoise, while the latter has the bloodline of the phoenix. It's said that once warriors with these two bloodlines combine, the energy they can unleash is extremely terrifying. They can unleash strength that far surpasses their own realm. Before Xia Bingyu could finish her words, Zhuowen, who was standing beside her, suddenly clenched his fist, causing Xia Bingyu to shut her mouth. Her beautiful eyes looked towards Zhuowen. At that moment, Zhuowen's expression was somewhat ferocious. A tyrannical aura burst out from his body. It was as if there was a primordial beast hidden in Zhuowen's body that could explode at any moment. Bulsh *T. How can Bathing Lake be worthy of Mu Chenxue? In my opinion, he is not qualified at all, Zhuowen said coldly. Xia Bingyu's beautiful eyes stared at Zhuowen with a complicated expression. However, she did not reply. She was extremely astonished at Zhuowen's abnormal behavior. How do you know that Xiaozhe is not worthy of Mu Chenxue? Xia Bingyu could not help but ask. In any case, he is not worthy. Very soon I will prove it to you. After Zhuowen indifferently said those words, he sat down in his seat and did not say anything else. Seeing Zhuowen's appearance, Xia Bingyu also fell silent. She could faintly feel that the current Zhuowen was very different from usual. Therefore, she did not intend to disturb Zhuowen. After the ice carriage of the Snow Palace landed in the Burning Heaven Plaza, Zhou Tianzong also personally came over. He brought Yuan Jibai, Mu Yuze, and the other disciples of the Snow Palace over and arranged them in the best seats in the Burning Heaven Hall. During this time, many disciples of other forces came over from the horizon. After all the forces had arrived, Zhou Tianzong slowly walked forward. Zhou Tianzong looked around the entire Burning Heaven Plaza and said in a clear voice, "Thank you all for coming to the Burning Heaven sect to witness the marriage alliance between our Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace. Sect Master is too polite. Sect Master is too polite. It is our honor to be invited to participate in this marriage alliance." In the plaza, many leaders of forces stood up and politely cupped their hands to return Zhou Tianzong's greeting. Their attitude was extremely respectful. The corner of Zhou Tianzong's mouth slightly raised. Shortly after, he pointed to the seats of the Snow Palace and said with a smile, "This marriage alliance between our Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden and the Snow Palace's young palace master is a grand occasion. As the main character of this marriage alliance, I invite the young palace master, Xiaozhe, to let everyone get to know each other." After he finished speaking, Xiaozhe, whose hair was as white as needles, slowly stepped forward. As he stepped out, wind and snow rushed into the sky. Above his head, the illusory image of a black tortoise wantonly intertwined, and the roar of a beast resounded through the sky. Under the terrifying roar of a beast, many of the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but cover their ears and retreat, their eyes filled with shock. This Xiaozhe is indeed the most talented disciple of the Snow Palace. With his cultivation at the peak of the profound sage realm and the power of the black tortoise bloodline, he can instantly kill any saint at the peak of the profound sage realm. I'm afraid that even an ordinary sky saint might not be his opponent, right? The roar of the black tortoise was so powerful that even though the seats of the 9 saints' heavenly sect were rather far from the burning heaven hall, many of the disciples of the 9 saints' heavenly sect were deeply affected. Even Xiaobingyu couldn't help but take a few steps back. However, Xiaobingyu soon noticed that Zhuowen, who was standing not far away from her, didn't move at all like an ancient mountain. I wonder if Miefun or the young palace master of the Snow Palace, Xiaozhe, is stronger? When she saw Zhuowen, who was as immovable as a mountain, Xiaobingyu couldn't help but think of Miefun's previous actions. Prince Raven and Jiang Liqing had both suffered a great loss at the hands of Miefun, and even Elder Jian didn't dare to casually make a move against him. It was precisely because of these events that Miefun was extremely mysterious in Xiaobingyu's heart. At this moment, seeing that Zhuowen didn't move under Xiaozhe's power, she couldn't help but compare Miefun to Xiaozhe. The illusory image of the black tortoise above his head, surrounded by ice and snow, made Xiaozhe look like a god or a demon. He stood there with his back straight, as if he could support the entire sky. He turned his head to look at Zhou Tianzong and said respectfully, "Sect Master Zhou, when will the saintess arrive?" At this point, Xiaozhe's eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of passion. The Phoenix bloodline and his black tortoise bloodline were very compatible bloodlines. The two bloodlines complemented each other, and if they were combined, it would bring benefits that were hard to hide for both of them. Moreover, Xiaozhe also knew some inside information. It said that if the two bloodlines could be combined, the offspring would have both bloodlines. This kind of offspring would be brought in by the family in the Central Plains. Perhaps he could rely on this kind of offspring to be accepted as a core disciple of that family, obtaining even more resources. Zhou Tianzong revealed a faint smile and said in a low voice, "Nephew, don't be anxious. Before Chen Shui arrives, I want to give you a gift." "Gift?" Xiaozhe asked in a surprised voice. "Burning the heavens and boiling the seas." Zhou Tianzong softly said these 4 words. Xiaozhe's pupils couldn't help shrinking. He had already heard about burning the heavens and boiling the seas. It's said that deep under the burning heaven plaza, there was a god-descending lava vein. To put it bluntly, this god-descending lava vein was underground magma, but the magma under the burning heaven plaza was not normal. It contained a large amount of energy. The unique architecture of the burning heaven city had an inseparable connection with this god-descending lava vein. It was also because of this god-descending lava vein that the burning heaven sect was able to stand tall, becoming bigger and bigger. As for burning the heavens and boiling the seas, it was a kind of ritual of the burning heaven sect. This ritual was the supreme method of the burning heaven sect. It activated the large array around the god-descending lava vein, and with this large array as a foundation, the god-descending lava vein would be drawn out. The sea of magma would soar into the sky like it was burning the sky, hence the name burning the heavens and boiling the seas. Inside the burning the heavens and boiling the seas, there would be a long-time-old wine. If a cultivator could obtain this wine and drink it, they would have a large chance of breaking through their shackles and advancing to a new realm. In the past, the sect master of the Burning Heaven sect, Zhou Tianzong, had found a 5,000-year-old wine during the Burning the Heavens and Boiling the Seas ceremony. After drinking it, he broke through from the peak of the profound sage realm to the heaven sage realm in one fell swoop. This kind of event caused a great sensation at that time, and it also made countless forces in the southern wilderness discover the great benefits of the burning the heavens and boiling the seas. However, since that time, the Burning Heaven sect had never opened the burning the heavens and boiling the seas again, which made some forces who were looking forward to it quite disappointed. Could it be that the burning the heavens and boiling the seas this time will contain a 5,000-year-old wine? Xiaozhe's eyes lit up as he sent a sound transmission in a low voice. Yes, the 5,000-year-old wine this time will belong to you. After drinking it, you will be able to break through your shackles and become a heaven sage in a short period of time. Before that, I will arrange for Chen Shui to come out. At that time, you two can properly meet." Saying this, the corners of Zhou Tianzong's mouth revealed a calm smile, as if everything was under his control. "All right. I will listen to the sect master's arrangements." Xiao Zhe did not expect that Zhou Tianzong would open the burning the heavens and boiling the seas for him. This made him feel flattered and somewhat excited. It had been some time since he had advanced to the peak of the profound sage realm. If he did not accumulate and cultivate for a long time, it would take him thousands of years to break through to the heaven sage realm on his own. But now, if he could obtain the 5,000-year-old wine in the burning the heavens and boiling the seas, breaking through to the heaven sage realm would not be a problem. Seeing that Xiao Zhe had agreed, Zhou Tianzong also nodded. He had already discussed the burning the heavens and boiling the seas with Yuan Jibai. As long as Xiao Zhe had no objections, he could directly take action and summon the burning the heavens and boiling the seas. Zhou Tianzong floated in the sky, looking down at the people in the square, and said in a clear voice, "This marriage is a grand occasion of the 4 major territories, and it is also a happy occasion. Therefore, I have decided to celebrate this happy occasion and prepare to open the burning the heavens and boiling the seas." As soon as these words came out, the entire burning heaven square fell into silence, and then burst into an uproar. After such a long time, the burning heaven sect was finally ready to open the burning the heavens and boiling the seas again, and this time, it was in front of the countless forces of the southern wilderness. There was no doubt that the burning heaven sect would open the burning the heavens and boiling the seas to face the many major forces of the southern wilderness, and not just the burning heaven sect. Chapter 1552. Holy Maiden, 18 Black Flame Envoys. "Get into formation!" Zhou Tianzong shouted loudly. Suddenly, the 18 strange figures shrouded in black flames soared into the sky. Shortly after, they formed a series of seals in the air. Following that, flames began to rise from the ground of the burning heaven plaza. These flames spread across the ground of the burning heaven plaza in a unique trajectory. Then, following a specific path, they enveloped the entire plaza. However, these flames were extremely intelligent. As long as it was a seat in the plaza, they would go around it. Although most of the seats were located in the plaza, no one was injured by the sudden appearance of these flames. However, when the flames finally spread across the entire plaza, if one looked down from above, they would discover that the trajectory of these flames was that of a phoenix spreading its wings. Zhou Tianzong landed in front of the 18 black flame envoys and shouted, "Holy Maiden, please! Holy Maiden, please!" The 18 black flame envoys shouted in unison. Their voices were like thunder, reverberating in the air. Squeak! A resounding phoenix cry soared into the sky. From a luxurious pavilion not far away from the burning heaven plaza, an enormous phoenix phantom soared into the sky, shaking the 9 heavens as it looked down on the world. Under the enormous phoenix shadow, there was a bridal sedan burning with blazing flames floating in the air. On the 4 sides of the bridal sedan, there were 4 tall maids wearing flame-colored robes carrying the bridal sedan as they walked in the air. Is that the Holy Maiden of the Burning Heaven sect? I wonder what the mysterious Holy Maiden of the Burning Heaven sect looks like. The bridal sedan flying in the air attracted the gazes of countless cultivators present. Everyone was looking forward to seeing the beautiful figure in the bridal sedan. The Snow Palace's young palace master stood up abruptly. His heroic and handsome gaze landed on the bridal sedan. His originally cold and indifferent face revealed an expression of anticipation. Hulai also stood up. He shook his head slightly and said, "The Holy Maiden of the Burning Heaven sect must be incomparably beautiful. Unfortunately, the flowers were planted in the wrong soil." Hulai indifferently glanced at Hulai and said, "Brother Hu, do you think that this palace master is not worthy of the Holy Maiden?" Hulai mischievously smiled and said, "I do think so. In my opinion, you are indeed not worthy of the Holy Maiden." Hearing these words, Yuzei was neither angry nor annoyed. He calmly said, "Whether I am worthy or not is not up to you to decide. If brother who feels unconvinced, after the burning heavens and boiling sea comes out, you can compete with me for that 5,000-year-old wine. At that time, you will know whether or not I am worthy of the Holy Maiden." Hulai narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Looking at you, you're very confident." Bathing Lake didn't say anything else. His gaze landed on the bridal sedan, revealing a hint of eagerness. He was not Burning Heaven's Holy Maiden. He was Holy Maiden of Heaven. He only Heaven too. He was the Phoenix and the Phoenix. The fact that Xiao Zhe was able to cultivate to the peak of the profound sage realm was enough to show how firm his will and Tao heart were. Naturally, he wouldn't lose himself to women. The marriage between him and the Burning Heaven Holy Maiden was not because of feelings, but because of benefits. It could allow him to reach a higher level and have a better future. It was bustling with activity, coming and going. Marrying a woman whom he had never met and whom he had no feelings for the sake of great benefits, was just a small matter to Hulai. In the seats of the Nine Saints' heavenly gate, Zhuowen slightly raised his head and stared at the flaming sedan. His eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc. He clenched his fists, revealing the restlessness in his heart. Xiaobingyu, who was standing beside Zhuowen, also felt the former's strange state. Her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. This was the first time she had seen the calm and composed youth in front of her reveal such a strange state. Whoosh! The phantom of the phoenix swept through the void, as if it was burning the heavens, its might soaring to the heavens. In the end, the phantom of the phoenix landed on the burning heavens square. Zhou Tianzong took a step forward and said to the sedan with a smile, "Chen Shui, I will leave the last step of opening the burning heaven and boiling sea to you." "Yes." A cold voice that did not contain any emotions came from the sedan. Following that, the curtain in front of the sedan was lifted and flames swept across the sky. A beautiful figure wearing a long phoenix brocade dress stepped on the flames and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. When this beautiful figure finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes, everyone held their breaths. There were even some people who were stunned on the spot. This beautiful figure was wrapped in a phoenix brocade dress and a white gauze dress, revealing the beautiful lines of her neck and clearly visible collarbones. The dress was like snow, and the moonlight flowed on the ground. It was more than 3 feet long, making her walk even more graceful and beautiful. Her hair was tied up with a hairband and a phoenix hairpin. A strand of hair hung in front of her chest. There was a thin layer of makeup which only added to the color. The faint redness on her cheeks created a kind of delicate beauty that was like a flower petal. She was like a phoenix spreading its wings in the wind, but also like a clear and pure ice. Under the sparkling and translucent feet of this beautiful figure, a 3-meter-wide fire lotus slowly bloomed. So beautiful! Among the stunned crowd, there were people who whispered to themselves and involuntarily praised. Even the young palace master of the Snow Palace and the young master of the ferocious Tiger sect, Hulai, were unable to shift their gazes away for a long time after seeing this beautiful figure. Mu Chenxue was simply too beautiful. She was so beautiful that she was like a fairy who did not eat fireworks in the mortal world. Xia Bingyu was already beautiful and charming enough, but in front of this beautiful figure, she still paled in comparison. Zhuowen frowned slightly. His gaze was fixed on this beautiful figure. For some reason, the Mu Chenxue in front of him gave him a strange feeling. This feeling was very inexplicable, but it really appeared in his heart. At this moment, Mu Chenxue stepped on the ground and landed in the air above the huge phoenix phantom. Then, her jade-like hands continuously pointed as her red lips lightly opened, as if she was chanting some kind of profound chant. "Yeah." The phoenix phantom stretched its neck and let out a long cry. Then, it fell from the sky like a meteorite and finally smashed into the Burning Sky Plaza. However, the many seats in the Burning Sky Plaza were not affected at all. It was as if the Phoenix Phantom was just transparent and passed through their bodies. When the Phoenix Phantom finally entered the Burning Sky Plaza, the ground of the plaza began to tremble violently. Then, the trajectory of the flame started to crack. Boom! Boom! In the end, the ground of the Burning Sky Plaza cracked into countless pieces. Every piece corresponded to a seat. These pieces were like small islands that floated in the air, layer upon layer. It was a spectacular sight. In the seats of the 9 Saints' heavenly gate, many disciples were shocked. They had not expected the ground of the Burning Sky Plaza to crack into pieces. However, it was fortunate that the pieces that carried their seats were suspended in the air by some mysterious force. Therefore, the disciples of the 9 Saints' heavenly gate quickly calmed down. Look below. A disciple of the 9 Saints' heavenly gate stood at the edge of the crack and shouted as he pointed below. Zhuowen and Xiaobingyu followed the voice and came to the edge of the crack. When they looked down, they were shocked to discover that the Burning Sky Plaza was no longer there. Instead, it had collapsed into a huge, abyss-like hole. In the depths of the void, countless streams of magma surged like numerous enormous fire pythons that grew and multiplied endlessly. In the sky above the terrifying magma, the Phoenix Phantom continued to cry. A pair of phoenix claws seemed to cover the sky. When the claws struck out, the magma surged. In the end, the phoenix once again stretched its neck and let out a long cry. With a flap of its wings, it soared up and instantly flew out of the bottom of the hole. Rumble! The moment the phoenix flew out, the magma underground turned into a terrifying river that soared into the sky, following closely behind the Phoenix Phantom. This scene was as if the phoenix was leading the magma underground to soar into the sky. Splash! Endless magma rushed out from the ground and stretched across the vast sky of the Burning Sky Hall. A scalding temperature spread out, causing many cultivators around the plaza to feel their mouths and tongues dry. The magma continued for an incense stick's worth of time before it finally stopped. In the vast sky, tens of thousands of miles were covered by the scalding magma. Such a large area of magma was like a vast ocean that seemed to burn the entire sky. It was a magnificent sight. At this moment, the countless flames of the burning heaven sect paled in comparison to the sea of magma that covered the entire sky. In the burning sky city, countless cultivators raised their heads to look at the burning sky and boiling sea. Their hearts trembled as a trace of reverence appeared in their hearts. The entire city was boiling because of this. Is this the burning sky and boiling sea of the burning heaven sect? Xiaobingyu looked up at the magnificent scene in the vast sky with shock in her beautiful eyes. It was the first time she had seen such a magnificent scene. Bingyu, and all of you, an excellent wine called the Burning Flame Nectar will appear in the burning sky and boiling sea. This nectar has the powerful effect of increasing your saint power. Generally, the older the burning flame nectar, the stronger the effect of increasing your saint power. The last time the burning sky and boiling sea opened, Zhou Tianzong, who was still a young man, obtained a 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar and drank it, breaking through to the sky in saint realm. So, as long as you work hard, you may be able to find your own opportunity in the burning sky and boiling sea. The Empyrean saints said excitedly to the disciples of the 9 Saints' heavenly sect behind him. A 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar can actually allow Zhou Tianzong, who was at the peak of the profound saint realm, to break through to the sky in saint realm? The effect is actually so good? Zhuowen was also shocked. His gaze also became much more fervent. Ever since his cultivation had broken through to the profound glimpse saint realm, there had been no further movement. Zhuowen knew that if he did not encounter any special opportunities, it would take a long time for him to break through to the next level. But now, he knew that the burning sky and boiling sea was an opportunity for him to break through. Chapter 1553. Don't know each other, This is our burning heaven sect's burning sky and boiling sea. I believe that everyone should be familiar with the benefits of the burning sky and boiling sea, right? Zhou Tianzong landed on the roof of the burning heaven hall and stared at the countless fragments floating in the air as he spoke in a clear voice. Who doesn't know about the burning heaven sect's burning sky and boiling sea? Of course we know about it. This time, we have to thank Sect Master Zhou for developing the burning sky and boiling sea for us to compete with. The leaders of the various large forces floating above the fragments all cupped their hands and smiled at Zhou Tianzong with fervent gazes. The burning sky and boiling sea contains burning flame nectar. This thing has undeniable benefits for profound sages. Of course, only the younger generation can enter the burning sky and boiling sea. Seniors, don't try to sneak in. Otherwise, don't blame me, Zhou Tianzong, for being impolite. Zhou Tianzong had a smile at the corner of his mouth. However, his tone was extremely cold, causing many of the older generation experts who were eager to give it a try. They were like deflated balloons. Whoosh! In the sky, the image of a gigantic phoenix flew past and stopped in front of the burning sky palace. Mu Chen Shui walked down step by step, and the 4 maids behind her respectfully followed behind her. Chen Shui, I am the young palace master of the Snow Palace, Xiao Zhe. I am also your fiancé. Xiao Zhe is honored to meet you for the first time. Xiao Zhe slowly walked towards Mu Chen Shui and extended his right hand. His ice-cold face revealed a smile as his handsome eyes stared at the beauty in front of him. Mu Chen Shui indifferently glanced at Xiao Zhe and gently nodded. She passed by him and landed not far away from Zhou Tianzong. She had no intention of paying any attention to Xiao Zhe. Xiao Zhe's extended hand immediately froze in the air. The smile at the corner of his mouth also completely froze. Ha ha! Xiao Zhe, aren't you ashamed? Calling yourself the Holy Maiden's fiancé, your skin is really thick. Now that the Holy Maiden is ignoring you, you are just imagining things. Hu Lai laughed and walked into the bathing swamp. Yu Yanzi's eyes were gloomy, but he quickly calmed down and said indifferently, Sect Master's order, the matchmaker's words, this marriage is inevitable. My union with Mu Chen Shui is inevitable. Even if we have no feelings for each other, it won't hinder the result of our union. Hu Lai narrowed his eyes and coldly snorted, You are really a profit-seeking fellow. As long as it is a benefit, I think that you can abandon anything, right? Don't tell me Brother Tiger will let his emotions get the better of him? Living in this world, if you don't act for the sake of profit, you will eventually be gnawed away until even your bones are gone. Bathing Lake didn't refute. Tiger Break said indifferently, I'm not like you, completely selfish. If the Holy Maiden doesn't have any feelings for me, I won't be like you, sticking to her like a piece of sticky candy. Perhaps. Bathing Swamp looked up at the burning sky and boiling sea and continued, Brother Tiger, the 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar is the dowry of the burning heaven sect. I hope that you won't fight with me for it. Among the younger generation of the various factions, Bathing Swamp didn't take them seriously. Only Hu Lai before him could pose a threat to him, which was why he brought it up. Hu Lai grinned and said, Bathing Swamp, didn't you boast that you have the Black Tortoise bloodline, extremely high talent and unparalleled strength? Are you afraid that you will lose if you fight with me? Bathing Swamp shook his head and said, I'm not afraid that I will lose. I'm afraid that I will not know how to control my strength and beat you up miserably. At that time, your ferocious tiger sect will not look good. Hu Lai narrowed his eyes and said coldly, You are thinking too much. Even if you beat me up miserably, my ferocious tiger sect won't say anything. Moreover, you will have to beat me up miserably first. Of course, I don't think that you will have such an opportunity. Bathing Swamp didn't say anything else. He paid attention to the changes in the burning sky and boiling sea. At this moment, the vast sea of magma in the sky began to surge violently, creating waves tens of thousands of feet high. Within the waves, there were several sparkling and translucent fiery red crystals. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the fiery red crystals contained a fiery red liquid. Could it be that the crystals contain the burning flame nectar? Some sharp-eyed people quickly noticed the liquid within the crystals and couldn't help but exclaim, "The burning flame nectar is in the burning sky and boiling sea. If you want it, go ahead and fight for it," Zhou Tianzong said in a clear voice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Zhou Tianzong's voice fell, countless figures shot out from the seats floating in the air and rushed into the sky. They were densely packed like locusts passing through the sky. There were at least 100 major factions invited by the Burning Heaven sect this time. Moreover, each faction brought not 1 or 2 disciples, but more than a dozen. In total, there were 1 to 2,000 juniors. In the eyes of the crowd, it was not particularly strange that so many figures could appear in an instant. "Brother Miefan, follow me into the burning sky and boiling sea. This way we can take care of each other, right?" Xiaobingyu said with a smile as she stared at Zhuowen with her beautiful eyes. Zhuowen was stunned, but he shook his head and said, "You go in with your brothers first. I'll go in later." Xiaobingyu didn't expect Zhuowen to reject her flatly. She was a little annoyed and said with a cold snort, "You really don't know how to appreciate my kindness. I'm ignoring you." With that, Xiaobingyu stomped her foot and led several maids into the burning sky and boiling sea with the disciples of the 9 Saints' heavenly sect led by Han Yu. The reason why Zhuowen didn't enter the burning sky and boiling sea was mainly because the young palace master of the Snow Palace, Xiao Zhe, also didn't enter. At this moment, Zhou Tianzong was standing side by side with Xiao Zhe, as if he was transmitting something to him. Mu Chenxue stood behind Zhou Tianzong with a cold expression, as if she wasn't interested in anything. "Chen Shui," Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. He took a step forward and instantly flew towards the burning sky hall. "Brother Miefan, where are you going?" The Empyrean saint didn't pay attention for a moment. When he saw Zhuowen flying towards the burning sky hall, he was instantly shocked. As for Loz, he naturally followed closely behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen didn't pay attention to the shocked Empyrean saint. When he finally landed on the burning sky hall, he finally attracted the attention of the Burning Heaven sect, Snow Palace and Ferocious Tiger sect. "Who are you?" Zhou Tianzong asked with a frown. "I'm Miefan. I've heard of the Burning Heaven sect's holy maiden's name, so I've specially come to Burning Sky City to see the holy maiden's face. Of course, if I can get closer to her, I'd be more than happy to." Zhuowen's lips curled up slightly as he lightly spat out these words. Xiao Zhe's face immediately turned cold when he heard these words. Mu Chenxue was his fiancée. Now that this unknown youth had come and said such presumptuous words, Xiao Zhe naturally felt very uncomfortable in his heart. On the other hand, Hu Lai's eyes were filled with ridicule as he crossed his arms. The sudden appearance of this youth had piqued Hu Lai's interest. "You're Miefan? I've heard of you from the sect's elders." Zhou Tianzong sized up Zhuowen from head to toe. The youth in front of him had a sickly pale face and a slender figure, standing proudly like a bamboo. Back then, Zhuowen's incident at the Burning Flames restaurant had been reported to the sect by the restaurant's managing elder. Zhou Tianzong had also paid attention to this Miefan. After all, it was said that the Loz by Miefan's side had the strength of a heavenly saint. Even the sword elder of the Jiangxian family had been defeated by him in one move. From this, it could be seen that Loz's strength was extraordinary. And to be able to have such an expert protecting him, the youth in front of him must have an extraordinary background. However, as he investigated, Zhou Tianzong discovered that Miefan's origin was extremely mysterious. Even the Burning Heaven sect couldn't find out anything about him. Moreover, the name Miefan made Zhou Tianzong slightly unhappy. After all, Miefan seemed to have the meaning of destroying the Burning Heaven sect. It was precisely because of these reasons that Zhou Tianzong had such a deep impression of Miefan. Now that Miefan had announced his name, he immediately recognized him. It's my honor to be recognized by the Burning Heaven sect master. I wonder if I can meet the saintess? Zhuowen asked with a smile. Zhou Tianzong narrowed his eyes, but Xiao Zhe, who was beside him, coldly snorted and said, "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to meet the saintess?" After all, Mu Chenxue was Xiao Zhe's fiancé in name. Now, this youth who had suddenly appeared wanted to meet Mu Chenxue. Moreover, he didn't put Xiao Zhe in his eyes at all. This was too arrogant. How could Xiao Zhe tolerate this? Whether I meet the saintess or not doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? Moreover, whether I can meet the saintess or not isn't something you can decide, right? It's something that the saintess herself decides, Zhuowen said unhurriedly. How presumptuous. I'm Chen Shui's fiancé. Who do you think you are? Without my permission, don't even think about meeting her. Get out of here as soon as possible. Xiao Zhe was a little unhappy. However, not long after he finished speaking, a fiery red figure slowly swept past him and finally landed in front of Zhuowen. Mu Chenxue's beautiful eyes stared straight into Zhuowen's eyes. Her beautiful eyebrows slightly knitted together as she muttered in a low voice, "What a familiar gaze. I think I've seen it somewhere before, but I can't remember where?" At this moment, Xiao Zhe seemed to have been petrified. It was clearly Miefun who came to meet Mu Chenxue, but Mu Chenxue was one step ahead of him. She stood in front of Miefun and stared straight at him. Mu Chenxue's actions were considered intimate in Xiao Zhe's eyes. After all, Mu Chenxue had previously ignored her fiancé. "Little bastard, you've gone too far. How dare you be so presumptuous to my fiancé in front of me?" The veins on Xiao Zhe's forehead bulged and his snow-white hair stood on end. He took a step forward and the wind and snow filled the sky. The shadow of the black tortoise surged as he planned to attack Zhuowen. Squeak! You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.